is an absolutely glorious day here in New York City. It's going to be a beautiful evening as well, and it is time for baseball as the Yes Network presents New York Yankees baseball. It's the New York Yankees against the Boston Red Sox in the second game of a four-game set from Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, New York. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Yankees baseball along with David Cone and Ken Singleton. I'm Michael Kay. No way around it. Yesterday was a tough one. That's the type of game you'd rather lose 7-2 than lose 9-8 in extra innings, but that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, you got to turn the page quickly this time of the year, though, Michael. You got to turn it around tonight if you could. This is last night. Yankees thought they might have had a win. Lyle Overbay with a hit in the seventh inning. This could put the Yankees in the lead. A two-run single. They were up 8-7. Great comeback. But then in the ninth, with two outs and a runner at third, a base hit by Steven Drew off Mariano Rivera, and the Red Sox tied the score. Then to the 10th, extra innings, base hit by Shane Victorino. Jacoby Ellsbury steaming around third. He will score. And there's the end of the ball game. The Red Sox win it in 10. 9-8.
Now the Yankees lucked out a bit because the Rays also lost, so they remain 2.5 games behind Tampa Bay for the final wild card position. Let's look at tonight's New York Lottery pitching matchup. Felix Doubront will go for the Boston Red Sox. And for the Yankees, it's Andy Pettitte. And David, in a game that the Yankees really need, they go to the oldest starter in baseball.
He is the oldest starter in baseball, but he's also the oldest starter who's throwing the best of just about anybody since August 16th. Andy Pettitte's ERA a little over 1, and it's kind of back to the future for Andy as he goes with that old cutter. Look at that horizontal movement on those upper 80s pitches. This looks like Pettitte back in the day, and Andy is a stopper. He's always been a stopper, and the Yankees have never needed him more this year. And that old dog still got some old tricks, so look for Andy Pettitte to have a good night tonight.
All right, so Andy's going to need some run support, and one guy he can turn to is Robinson Cano. He has been on fire of late. We'll break it down for you when we get back right here on Yes. Everybody, the Yankees have certainly had a rejuvenated offense, and one of the reasons why Robinson Cano has been on fire since August 5th, a period of 29 games. He's hitting .378, raising his average from .288 to .307, 5 homers, 24 ribbies, 10 doubles, and on-base percentage of .439. Welcome back to our broadcast booth. That's Ken Singleton. I'm Michael Kay, and David Cone will rejoin us in just a moment. This guy's done what the best player on the team is supposed to do, and he also has a little more protection in the lineup.
Well, he's driven in as many runs as he drove in all of last year. One reason is he's hitting much better with runners in scoring position. Let's go back to Tuesday. This is the 8th inning. This is the Yankees rally against the Chicago White Sox. A double. They scored 5 runs in the inning on Wednesday. A home run in the first inning that tied the game. He drove in 2 runs in that game. And on Thursday last night against the Red Sox, this is a 2-run double. In the 3rd inning, he had 3 more runs batted in last night. .336 with runners in scoring position. 94 runs batted in.
Coming up, Andy Pettitte through the years. This is his 41st start against the Boston Red Sox. When we come back, lineups, first pitch, baseball, next on Yes. Limited mid-size sedan, elegance, performance technology by Centerlight Healthcare. Centerlight, proud sponsor of the New York Yankees. And by the Experience Buick Lease, it's a new lease on luxury. It is a beautiful night here at Yankee Stadium. Yankees against the Red Sox, as the Yankees will try to bounce back from their tough loss last night. Andy Pettitte is on the mound, so let's take a look at the Red Sox starting lineup that he's going to face. Red Sox are in first place, and they're 84 and 58. The lead off their center fielder, Shane Victorino. Batting second and playing left field, Johnny Gomes. Dustin Pedroia, the second baseman, hits third. Cleaning up, the DH, David Ortiz. Mike Napoli at first base will bat fifth. Batting sixth, playing right field, Daniel Nava. Stephen Drew at shortstop will bat seventh. Batting eighth and catching, David Ross. And Will Middlebrooks, the third baseman, bats ninth.
And here he is, Mr. Petite, as they call him in the clubhouse. And this will be his 26th start on the year. And you see the ERA has progressively come down recently. And a lot of hits per innings, but still only 39 walks in 150 and a third innings. And let's go ahead and give you your pitcher scouting report, brought to you by Tri-Honda Dealers. And finishing strong, we said 1.05 ERA the last four. It's because of that bread and butter cutter like it was back in the day, and a stopper is needed. And Andy Pettitte in his career is 92 and 54 as a Yankee, just following a loss.
All right, Pettitte's ready. Let's do it here in the Bronx. And the first pitch is a strike, and we're underway. Foul back. Ellsbury's out of tonight's game. Has a little bit of a foot injury. So Victorino leads off and plays center field.
Victorino, days with the Philadelphia Phillies as a Gold Glove center fielder, so he's played that position quite well in the past.
And he goes down on strikes, one away. Let's check out the Yankee defense behind Andy Pettitte, and it's presented by Geico. In the outfield, Soriano, Gardner, and Wells. That's left to right. Infield, it's A-Rod, Nunez. Cheaters to the A's today. Cano at second, Reynolds at first. Stewart back behind the plate, and Andrew Eugene Pettitte is on the mound. Only two left-handers in the Yankee lineup today against the lefty Dubron. It's Cano and Gardner. Here's Johnny Gomes. And there's a strike.
Gomes playing in left field tonight. He, like many of the Red Sox, have been doing a good job with the bats lately.
Always wondered this, guys, and you could speak to it much better than any of us. And I know it affects fans, and fans have a carryover. A stinging loss like last night, does it remain in the soul today? You take it into this game. Strike three. Gomes now looking. Andy Pettit hasn't taken it in.
You better get it in quickly, Claude. He's working.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good night for Mr. Gomes. And Michael, to answer your question, you know, where it stops is right here on the mound. Andy Pettit setting the pace right away in the first inning. You caught a break because Tampa Bay got beat last night. On one end, you could have gained a game, but you didn't lose any ground. So, you know, you got to win tonight, and you got the right guy on the mound.
I think this time of year, when the games are dwindling down, win or lose, you got to turn the page quickly and move on to the next game. And Michael, I was telling you before the game, whatever we would do after a tough loss, going down the stretch, and you're trying to chase the team down. In the clubhouse, before the press would get into the clubhouse, he would say to the guys, I know it hurts, but turn the page. We come out tomorrow night, we'll get the job done. So when the press came in, they were wondering why everybody wasn't so down, because the manager had you pumped up for tomorrow.
Dustin Pedroia with a single with 2 outs here in the first inning. Yankees baseball available in Spanish by hitting the SAP button on your remote. SAP is brought to you by Infinity.
And then Earl would go in his office and smoke a cigarette.
Well, here's David Ortiz. He's digging a hole in that left-handed batter's box for his back foot. Not a dramatic shift with a runner on first base, but Cano is playing in short right field. And Ortiz looking to put one in the bleachers, swings and misses.
Yeah, he was looking for 2-0 on that pitch.
He's faced him a lot, 23 hits and 62 at bats. One of those hits a home run.
Now the first 2 pitches, Pettit had Pedroia going back to the bag, and you can see what he's done in his career against the Yankees. 186 games, 39 homers, and 135. Very productive against the Yankees over the years, and that's not including the playoffs.
Kind of wave through that one. 1-2.
That's the pitch right there that's really been rejuvenated, or has rejuvenated Pettit. This is 85 miles an hour, but you look at the horizontal movement, that's breaking 3 feet almost. And Pettit has sort of said, the heck with it at this point in the season. I'm just going to start throwing that old cutter as hard as I can, and it's been very effective for him.
Well, that time Pedroia guessed right. He was headed back to first base, and all the previous pitches from Andy Pettit, he was leaning back to first. It shows you that Pettit still has that confusing move for even some of the best base runners in the league.
Swung and missed. 3 strikeouts for Andy Pettit in the first. No runs a hit. No errors, and 1 man left on base. Big Poppy, a big strikeout. Yankees coming to bat. Takes the field. He'll face this Yankee starting lineup, which is presented by our good friends at Lexus. Center fielder Brett Gardner leads off. The captain, the DH, Derek Jeter, bats second. Batting third, playing left field, Alfonso Soriano. Robinson Cano at second base cleans up. The number 5 hitter is at third baseman Alex Rodriguez. Vernon Wells in right field will bat 6. Batting 7th, playing shortstop Eduardo Nunez. Mark Reynolds at first base will bat 8th, and batting 9th and catching Chris Stewart.
Get the look at the lefty, Felix Doubront. He's had a pretty good year, as you're going to see these numbers. 10-6, a 3.89 ERA. Walks a little high for 153rd innings, but he can strike you out 133 times. Let's go ahead and give you your pitcher scouting report, brought to you by your Tri-Honda dealers. And he really has had a solid year. The team is 16-9 in his starts, and he's had 15 quality starts, and that's a 60% ratio. And runs deep counts, kind of the Achilles heel. 16% of all the batters he's faced this year end up in a 3-2 count, and that is only bested by C.J. Wilson and Ubaldo Jimenez at 17%. And one is the loneliest numbers. Well, that refers to first pitch strikes. He's 53%, 0.6 first pitch strikes is the lowest ratio in the major leagues. And the guy with the highest ratio in the major leagues is now in the bullpen for the Yankees. That'd be Phil Hughes, who does it over 71% of the time.
And Doubront had been pretty solid against the Yankees. He had 6 consecutive quality starts against the Yankees until his last one, when the Yankees got to him August 16th at Fenway Park. He only lasted 4 innings.
Here's Gardner. Yankees 75-65, and they're 2.5 games out of the final wild card. 2 more games with the Red Sox after this. Then the Yankees hit the road for a very lengthy road trip. 4 in Baltimore, 3 in Boston, and an off day, and then 3 games in Toronto. Drag bunt there by Gardner. A nice play by Pedroia to get the Yankee center fielder.
You talk about outfielders getting a good jump on a play. Pedroia got a great jump on this particular play. A lot of second base. Watch him inch in, inch in, inch in. Here he comes. Good break. Maybe the bunt a little bit too hard, but Pedroia makes the play and makes it pretty easily. Gardner not even with his patented dive into first base.
Love the idea, just a little too firm with that bunt.
Yeah, Doubront didn't have a chance.
Here's Derek Jeter. And a strike to the captain. 0-1. And the count 1-1.
Doubront on the mound has had 3 starts against the Yankees this year. He's won 2 of them. One at Fenway Park, one at Yankee Stadium, but he also lost at Fenway to the Yankees, as I mentioned.
Woo, shit.
And here's the guy who's kind of grown into his role as a starting pitcher. He had been always the bugaboo, as David mentioned, was deep counts. Got himself out of games in the 5th, maybe he's into the 6th inning because his pitch count got too high.
Two and 2 on the change.
Probably been his most effective pitch all year is this circle change. As you see, it has some good depth to it, tilting down as Derek Jeter's going to swing over the top of it.
The 2-2. There's that full count David's talking about.
Yeah, there it is again. But one thing that's helped Doubront this year, the Red Sox score a lot when he pitches, or they have been. He's got the 3rd highest run support in the league. Ryan Dempster and Matt Scherzer, the only 2 with more.
That's obviously the good game plan for the Yankees, is to make Doubront go to those 3-2 counts, run him up, get his pitch count up, and then also try to run the bases, because he's allowed 15 stolen bases as well. Although with Ross catching, you know, that kind of somewhat negates the running game, because he's the best defender that the Red Sox have.
Yeah, but it all starts with the pitcher. If he has a slow move to the plate, that means that the Yankees have been stealing a lot of bases against the Red Sox as it is. So their game plan is to run on the Red Sox.
Still 3-2. Jeter works a walk. Let's check out the Red Sox defense presented by Geico. You've got Gomes in left, Victorino in center, and Nava over in right. Infield will go third to first. Middlebrooks, Drew, Pedroia, and Napoli. Ross behind the plate, and Dubron is on the mound. Here's Soriano. It's certainly tough to be hypercritical of something that he did wrong. He is pretty much been one of the main reasons the Yankees have catapulted themselves back into the postseason picture, but being picked off at second base in the ninth inning yesterday was simply inexcusable. And Joe Girardi said after the game, he said he can't do that, although Soriano defended himself. He said, that's the way I play the game.
Just a few weeks ago, we saw it pay off when he stole a bag against Tampa Bay. But last night, Greg Breslov wasn't falling for the okey-doke. He waited.
Yeah, that won the game in Tampa Bay. He got to third base with one out, and a sacrifice fly scored him. But give a lot of credit to Breslov, too.
Yeah.
Who twice kind of hung his leg up and checked Soriano and wheeled and got him the second time.
Now, there are several storylines in this game, and one of the main ones happens to be what happens late innings. The Yankees have a lead, close game. Who do they bring in? And Joe Girardi really wasn't showing his hand before the game. Mo's not available. In all likelihood, Robertson's not available. And that one is driven deep to left field. See ya! A two-run home run for Soriano. And the Yankees have themselves a 2-run lead.
Well, if you count what he's done with the Chicago Cubs and now with the Yankees, that's his 30th home run of the year. And Soriano now has 94 runs batted in total. This was a no-doubter. When it was touched off, Sia was about to appear on your TV. We're going to watch it in Yesmo, brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealer. And it's going to go just as far. It's going to take a little longer here on Yesmo. But there it is. Soriano. Well, maybe making up for that gaffe last night.
Grounded up the middle, grabbed smoothly by Drew to get Cano for the second out. All right, let's check out the weather. Game time weather presented by Bigelow Tea. 69 degrees, 36% humidity, not much wind. It is indeed a crisp and clear evening. So very quickly, who's coming in for a save?
Well, I have to say, I have a strong opinion about this, but I want to get a look at Phil Hughes. I think he, regardless of what's happened with Phil Hughes and the struggles, he's handled himself so well. He never ran and hide from the media. He's well liked in that clubhouse. You don't win the 2009 World Series without him in the bullpen. I think he deserves a shot to see what you have out there.
Even to close it tonight, you would have him close this game.
Whatever you need at the end of the game. Phil Hughes has done it before. He's well prepared for it. If you need him, you need to find out what you have with Phil Hughes in the bullpen.
I think a lot depends on who's coming up for the Boston Red Sox in particular, if you need a close situation. Now, if Joe Girardi and the staff, they'd like to see the Yankees head by 5 or 6 runs going to the ninth, then just about you can bring in anybody to try and pick up the 3 outs. And that way you get the best of both situations. You could use somebody who you would not normally use late in the game, and Mo and Robertson to get the night off.
I just think, Michael, he deserves a chance. First of all, the upside is tremendous if he can do it, like he did before.
Well, if you have Big Papi coming up, I think you're going to see Boone Logan.
You certainly play matchup more, no doubt about that. But I think the point I'm trying to make is I want to see what you have, because he potentially could be a really important weapon for them down the stretch.
I agree with you there.
3-1. And A-Rod works a walk. Now, the Yankees got to Dubron on August 16th. He lost that game, 4 innings, 8 hits, 7 runs, 6 of them earned.
And the Yankees won 10-3 that night at Fenway Park.
Also worth noting, the Yankees actually added a pitcher today. Matt Daly. They made a trade, and obviously they're not worried about him being on any postseason roster. They need pitchers right now with everybody fatigued and no days off. So Matt Daly, a right-hander, is actually brought onto the 40-man. They didn't actually trade. They had to make some maneuvers to get him onto the 40 and then bring him up to the big leagues. A-Rod is picked off. And they get him at second base. So he's caught stealing. And it's 1-3-4 is how you score it. So Dubron hung the leg up there and then gets Alex Rodriguez. But Soriano's hit Dubron before at Fenway Park. He went over the wall. Went over the wall here, a little shorter wall, but it meant the same. Medicine. After the game, we found out why they didn't use Sean Kelly yesterday. He's unavailable until next week with a triceps issue. And look at what he's done for them. 66 strikeouts in 50 innings. But this guy's had 2 Tommy John surgeries, so you really worry about him. He has been a workhorse for the Yankees. Now, let's bring in Meredith Morakovitz, who has more information on Kelly. Kelly was kind of politicking today to be able to pitch sooner than next week, right, Meredith?
He was out there on the field prior to the game playing catch, and I asked him how did it go. He said he felt no pain whatsoever. In fact, he said he was heading in there to talk to the training staff to see if he could throw his bullpen today instead of tomorrow, in hopes that he'd be out there on the mound a little bit earlier. Now, we know this Yankees training staff and organization as a whole tends to be a little bit more cautious, so that didn't happen today, much to the dismay of Sean Kelly, I'm sure, but it does look as though he'll throw that bullpen tomorrow. But Joe Girardi was asked earlier today, when did Kelly start feeling that pain? And he said it was after he went in the game Sunday. He said he felt a little soreness, a little stiffness. They went and had him have an MRI, and that came back just showing a little bit of inflammation. So it looks as though he's a guy that they can get back sooner rather than later.
So where are we with the Yankee bullpen tonight? Did Joe address possibly use? Would he maybe use Robertson tonight? What's his closing plan?
Well, it seemed as though the way he was talking, although he really wouldn't tip his hand one way or the other, it doesn't seem like he's going to have Robertson or Mariano Rivera tonight. And you mentioned Hughes. David, I know you talked about it a little bit just a few minutes ago. You have to put him in there. You have to give him an opportunity. If he's even a little bit like he was back in 2009, he can help this team. And Joe Girardi said last night in that 10th inning, he didn't know that that was a situation where he automatically wanted to throw Phil Hughes in. He was hoping there would be a point in time where he can ease him in a little bit, get him back used to that bullpen role, but said, look, these games are important. We're a little short tonight. I may not have a choice. I might have to put him out there, and in the event that Andy Pettitte gets in trouble tonight, you may see him.
All right, who would the long man be today? We see Matt Daly, who I think is just taking some to the mitt in the bullpen right now. But what if Andy got into early trouble? You used Adam Warren yesterday, and Huff is starting tomorrow, so who's going long?
Right, Warren went 2 2/3, so it doesn't look as though he would be a possibility, but you do have some of those young guys out there in that bullpen that can serve that role of long man. Betances can give you an inning or 2 innings. You also have Brett Marshall out there who can give you certainly a couple of innings, served as a starter down there with AAA. The Yankees don't want to go in that direction. They're hoping that Andy Pettitte can do what he's done the last 4 times out and go 6 innings or more, and then kind of just piece it together from there with your Logans, with your Claibornes, with the rest of those guys in that bullpen.
All right, has Cesar Cabral kind of worked his way up to a higher leverage situation?
He has. You know what? He's only pitched twice so far for the Yankees, but Joe Girardi said earlier today, look, we like what we've seen from him. He's still a little bit young, doesn't have a ton of experience, obviously, but the way things are going with every game being so important, he's a guy that can go in there and get a lefty, and you saw that last night with David Ortiz.
Is Hughes itching to be used in a big situation?
I think he is. I think he's a guy that wants to prove himself, that he can do it, that he can go out there and be effective and be a member of this team that's contributing. He certainly was trying to go out there and have good performances, but everything he kind of tried to tweak and tried to adjust on the mound just didn't seem to work for him as a starter. So he's hoping that he gets the opportunity, because when he was originally told that he'd be sent to the bullpen, he was a little bit down, as you can imagine, but really not sure how he would fit in, where he would fit in, knowing that that back end of the bullpen was pretty set with your Sean Kellys, Boone Logans, and then Robertson in the 8th and Mariano in the 9th. He really didn't see himself having a legitimate role in that bullpen, but now with the injury to Kelly, with some guys being used a lot over the past couple days, he may get a little bit more action as you see Andy Pettitte issuing the walk.
All right, thank you, Meredith. We'll hear from you a little bit later on for sure on the postgame. So Andy's gotten himself into a little trouble here in the 2nd. A ground ball single by Napoli up the middle, and now a walk to Nava. 1st and 2nd, nobody out.
And here's last night's hitting hero as far as driving in the winning run for the Boston Red Sox. Stephen Drew got the base hit off Mariano Rivera that I should say tied the ball game. It was Victorino, of course, got the hit that won the game. We'll see what the Red Sox have in mind here. I don't think he's bunting.
The 0-1.
It all makes for an interesting situation. As you were talking about the pitching with Meredith, Michael. It's how are they going to piece these games together as you go down the stretch? I think one of the problems is it's 17 games in a row. I mean, you're going to use your pitching staff. In some games you're going to have to use more than you would like, and last night was a perfect case of that situation happening. Yankees used 7 pitchers.
Hey, for the longest time, when the Yankees weren't hitting, the bullpen was such an integral part of keeping their head above water, and I think they're paying the price a little bit. I think some of them are a little bit gassed, and I think you're seeing that now with Sean Kelly. If you get used a lot, you're going to pay for it somewhere down the line. And then Preston Claiborne, for a young kid, was used a lot, and he was shaky yesterday. The 1-2 as Drew swings and misses. 4th strikeout for Pettitte.
And once again, it's that cutter down and away to the left-handed hitters. This is very similar to the one that struck out David Ortiz. It looks like a strike, very inviting, but it actually ends up out of the strike zone. And very difficult. You're just hoping for a left-handed hitter just to foul that off if you can.
You can tell by the swing how fooled he was. Lunging, one-handed swing.
There's David Ross. Cano and 1. At 36 years old, Ross is a graybeard on this team, literally and figuratively. Kind of looks like somebody's auditioning for ZZ Top.
Sharp-dressed man.
There's no doubt. It's kind of look like a musical group on that bench with the Red Sox. Maybe the Amish Outlaws, one of Jack Curry's faves.
Foul back.
They are a great cover band, by the way. Anything you want played, they can play it. Have you ever seen the Amish Outlaws in person?
Not in person.
No, they're awesome.
Jack Curry turned me on to them. Yeah, Google the Amish Outlaws and check them out. There's the lead singer right there.
The 0-2. Napoli said he's going to continue to grow the beard through the winter and hopes to try out for the hit cable show Duck Dynasty.
That would be something to see, no doubt. That's the best beard on the team right there, though.
Pettit wants to talk with Stewart.
No, Michael, we had mentioned in last night's game whether Romine would start tonight, and it's just the pitchers, especially Andy, is so comfortable with Chris Stewart back there, and the numbers kind of bear it out. You know, with Chris Stewart back there, his ERA is under 4, a 6-6 record, and with anybody else, and with Romine, he's kind of struggled.
There's a base hit up the middle off the bat of Ross. 1 run will score as Napoli crosses home plate. It's an RBI single for Ross. And the Yankee lead is now 2-1.
Well, Ross got something he can handle out over the plate. After the cutter's inside, this one kind of sat there for him, able to hit it right back through the middle for the base hit. There's the extension on the swing. Good plate coverage by Ross, who's not a particularly strong hitter, hitting under 200, and now his average has jumped over 200.
Did you see him look at the scoreboard? He was hitting 198. Yeah. Now it's just that quick.
He's off the interstates.
207 now he's batting. He noticed he.
Yeah, you don't want to be on the interstates going into September. I mean, that's been a long, bumpy road all season long.
There's Will Middlebrooks. I think before yesterday, even though those numbers that you just gave David, the fact that Chris Stewart has struggled so mightily of late at the plate, I think they're going to give Romine some run. But Romine had a rough night last night behind the plate. So I think they'll forget about the offense and just tell Stewart to do his job behind the plate.
I also think a lot of it has to do with the pitcher's comfort level on the mound. You want Andy Pettit to feel like he's at his best, and if he's been working with Stewart for the majority of the time and the way he's been pitching lately, you want to keep that sort of thing going. Get the offense from the other guys if you have to.
3-0 to Middlebrooks.
But I think you will see Chris Stewart get pinch hit for if the situation arises, usually around his 3rd at bat. Depending on how well Andy's pitching and what the score of the game is, obviously.
Turned him loose on 3-0.
I think a lot of it had to do with that home run he hit last night. Long shot off the bat of Middlebrooks. And the night before, he hit a grand slam up at Fenway Park. Oh, man. And plus, he's driven in 7 runs in his last 3 games. That's how you get green lights on 3-0.
Let's see if they can turn 2. There's 1. And there's 2. So Pettit got what he needed. A ground ball to start a 6-4-3 double play. Red Sox get back a run on 2 hits. 1 man left on base. Nunez started it, and it finished in the glove of Mark Reynolds. Hybrid vehicle of the Yankees. Well, we've talked a lot about his hitting lately, but how impressed have you been with Alfonso Soriano's defense? Here's one of our responses. McCoy. I'm very impressed. Soriano provides offensive pop that was previously absent without the Yankees having to compromise on defensive quality. I think he's done a good job in left. He really has. And look at this. How well has he done? Plays like this will tell you he's done pretty well. We talked yesterday about how when he was with the Cubs the last couple of years, working a lot with Dave McKay, longtime coach for Tony La Russa, now with Dale Swaim and the Cubs, and he's turned him into a better outfielder. Follow Yes Network and tweet us your responses using hashtag YankeesFreeUs to keep the conversation going. Here's Vernon Wells. 2-1 Yankees. Count 1-0.
Of course, Vernon, many years in the American League East with the Toronto Blue Jays, and now back in the East with the Yankees. He's hit 31 home runs against Boston in his career, and an even 100 runs batted in. And I know the Yankees are headed to Baltimore. He's also hit Baltimore well in his career too.
Fouled away.
Well, it's sort of a luxury the Yankees now have, you know, with their lineup. You know, you can inject Wells, you can sit Overbay at first now that you have some protection there with Reynolds playing. So you know, gets a lefty like Dubron. It's a nice option that Joe Girardi hasn't had all year.
Well, you look at the Yankee bench tonight. If John Farrell goes to a right-hander, you got Granderson, Ichiro Suzuki, and Overbay. I mean, that wasn't a luxury that Joe Girardi had early in the season.
And Vernon Wells with a leadoff walk here in the second. Wells yesterday had a pinch hit single in the Yankees' 6-run 7th inning.
He also had a stolen base that really wasn't, but he was called safe at third.
Here's Nunez playing shortstop tonight, and the pitch outside, 1-0. Nunez has pushed the average up to 255. This could have really been a signature year for Nunez, especially with the long DL stint by Derek Jeter, but Nunez had a hard time staying healthy. But now that he's been in the lineup and playing a bit, he has been hitting very well and maybe giving them a little bit of a window into what they could do with him in the future.
The Yankees have been running on the Red Sox this year. In fact, last night they had 6 different players steal a base. So they weren't hesitating, including Wells, who had one. "23 stolen bases total for the Yankees against the Red Sox." As you can see it right there. The most since 2001.
And that's tied for the most. And I believe that it's the most since 1900. Wow. 1920, I'm sorry.
It's still a long time ago. So Nunez take a look down at Robbie Thompson. It's a good count to send Vernon Wells. Nunez can make contact with just about anything. Nope, not going.
Got to make the seats.
Yeah, same thing applies here. Now you see Robbie Thompson go through the signs. There is a Boston Red Sox coach that should be assigned to watch the third base coach give signs. And sometimes it's not what they give or how they give them. They say that sometimes coaches are peekers when they're looking to make sure that they're giving the right sign as opposed to just.
Yeah, some coaches go faster, you know, the rhythm and how they give the signs when something's on.
And then some coaches really look very hard at where they're putting their hands, and that tells you that something's on as well. And Thompson and the third base coach for the Red Sox, Brian Butterfield, had to be very, very close friends. So I think Butterfield's studying him. He knows him better than anybody.
No doubt. He's keyholing on Robbie Thompson. It's like a poker game looking for a tell.
And also, certain coaches, they work by looking in a mirror as they're giving their signs. They practice.
Line drive into left center field. It is a base hit. It's going to split the outfielders. It's going to the wall. Wells rounds third. He'll score. Nunez flying to third. He has an RBI triple, and the Yankees lead 3-1.
Dubront trying to go down and away, and good plate coverage from Nunez, who probably drifted out or third and drills it right into the gap. And that's how you score a runner from first base. And the only difference here is a little bobble there allows Nunez easily to get the third. As you see Nunez right there goes the helmet. And that's what you call sliding into third with a stand-up triple.
As you said correctly, Nunez's helmet usually stops a base before he does. Helmet can't take it anymore. Can't stay up with him.
All right, so here is Mark Reynolds. Three infielders on the left side. They're all back. Napoli is right on the lip of the grass at first. He's the only infielder on the right side. Runner on third, nobody out.
By the way, that's Nunez's fourth triple of the year. You'd love to see those fast guys run out those three base hits. That, to me, a triple, one of the most exciting plays in baseball. Brett Gardner, Nunez, the speed guys.
I think there's a Twitter account, you know, Nunez's helmet. I think Eduardo Nunez's helmet has its own Twitter account.
There's August 16th. And that was off Dubront, and Reynolds welcomes himself to the Yankees with a home run over the Green Monster.
Yeah, his very first at bat.
Two and two.
Dubront has been burned on his fastball. You know, it's not really overpowering, kind of a straight fastball. Four-seamer, gave up the home run, triple to Nunez. His best pitch is his changeup. See, Ross wants him to come back in and double up inside.
Strike three, Reynolds now looking.
You can see the classic Joe West eyes.
Yes.
How dare you look back at me? But it's a pitch that Ross gets with the frame. Quiet glove, borderline, probably just in off the plate, but very close. And that's what makes Ross such a good catcher, is his ability to steal strikes like that.
Yeah, he's right up there with Jose Molina in that regard. They're both very good at it.
Now the entire infield comes in for Chris Stewart. To left field. Gomes makes the catch. Tagging is Nunez. And he will score standing. A sac fly for Stewart. And the Yankees lead 4-1.
Yeah, no messing around by Stewart. Look for the first thing you can drive to the outfield. Situational hitting. He got a fastball. He's choked up a little bit more on the bat than he has earlier in the year. And this is almost right there. Quick strokes it deep enough to the outfield to pick himself up a run batted in. His 25th of the season.
Notice Ross moving on that, the catcher. There was a pickoff at third on him that play. A lot of times catchers will call fastballs in on a predetermined attempt to pick off the runner at third. And Stewart was ready for it and cut him off and got the sac fly.
So here is Brett Gardner now against Dubron. Gardner tried to drag bunt to open up the first inning, but a nice play by Pedroia got him at first.
So far, the Yankees only have 2 hits, but each one of the hits, the home run and the triple, were preceded by a walk. And that's how Dubron has really gotten himself in trouble tonight. And I've mentioned it many times before, big hits will follow walks many times.
Count 1-2. Missed inside, 2-2. The Yankees looking to bounce back from last night's 9-8 loss in 10 innings. Down 7-2, they battled back, take an 8-7 lead. Could not hold it. 3-2.
Wow, that one went right through Joe West, the home plate umpire's legs. Trying to go down and away, and whoa. Just a little bit inside. If that hits Joe West in the kneecap, he's going to be bitter the rest of the night.
That's right. You're not getting anything close.
And Gardner works a walk. How was your relationship with Joe West, David?
I actually, it was fine. Joe just doesn't, he just has no patience for anything, any kind of argument on any play. But he's actually very consistent and a very good home plate umpire, and really always has been.
Juan Nieves wants to go out and talk with his pitcher.
It's either Joe West or Bob Davidson who's a senior umpire in the league. It's one or the other. I think it might be Joe West.
Country singer has out some CDs. Country Joe West.
Look, he got a little West Virginia there. What is that, WV? Right there. He is from West Virginia, I believe. That's the name of the protector that he's wearing. Very colorful.
Joe West was a quarterback in college. Elon College.
Ran the West Coast offense. Sorry.
We'll see enough of that this year. Named in his honor, yeah.
Derek Jeter takes inside.
Yeah, Joe West is the most senior umpire at Elon College down in North Carolina.
One of the talented young people that work on our website, YesNetwork.com, Doug Williams. Went to Elon.
Yeah, very good school.
Joe West became a full-time umpire in 1978. First came on the scene in '76, filling. been around a while. The 1-1 is not made as they go to first.
I like to see those umpires that umpires when I was playing.
Joe West kind of famous, maybe 15, 20 years ago in a bench clearing brawl. The Phillies were involved, and he kind of picked up and body slammed left-handed pitcher Dennis Cook at that time and caught a little flack for that.
Jeter with a fly ball to center, and Victorino is there, and that'll do it. But the Yankees get 2 runs. The first one they get with a runner on first. Nunez splits the outfielders and hits a triple into the gap. He's down. He'll get up. He'll score. It's 4-1 Yanks. PCs or laptops with Optimum Online. Get the Yankees live on the go for just $19.99. If you're an Optimum customer who watches Yes on Optimum TV, go to YesNetwork.com to get more information and subscribe now. I'm told now the price has been dropped as I was speaking to $9.99. Wow. How about that?
Keep talking.
Now at $4.99. It's actually $9.99, which is great. Count 0-2 to Victorino. He goes down on strikes for the second time against Pettit. Lincoln scoreboard 4-1. Yankees over the Red Sox.
5 strikeouts for Andy Pettit. The first 2 in the third innings. Been moving the ball up, down and in, changing speeds. Not staying in one place too long.
And there's a strike to Johnny Gomes. High pop up. A-Rod gives it a look, but it'll make the seats out of play. Top of the 4th inning at Camden Yards. The Orioles 1 and the White Sox nothing. Orioles right behind the Yankees. It's uncomfortable watching Gomes hit. The way he manipulates that helmet every single pitch. It looks like he's trying to jam it into his skull. Now watch after this pitch. He does the whole thing with the hands.
It's not quite Nomar Garcia power like. Close though. The gloves aren't involved as much. was a cross out. You know, every player, every pitcher has a routine, and I mean, I bet you there are kids in Boston who got Johnny Gomes down pat. They just. Isn't there a guy on Twitter, batting stance guy? He does all the batting stances. I'm sure he can do Johnny Gomes.
Well, there it is. I mean, the adjusting of the gloves.
There it is, yeah. Elbow pad.
Thing just right.
Shirt, helmet. Footwork.
All that within the confines of the box.
And he goes down on strikes. Andy with 6 strikeouts. You playing that, David?
Powerful. I was just looking at that. Wow. 203. You showing up for work the next day, Michael, if you hit that?
I don't know if for both jobs, but.
Flip a coin, huh? You'd have plenty of them to flip.
Flip would be the key.
There's a, you know, Michael, I talk a lot about sabermetrics. You know, there's a stat, simple one, just times on base. Dustin Pedroia has been on base 237 times this year.
Almost one more.
You know, that's hits plus base on balls plus hit by pitch. It doesn't include errors or catcher's interference. That's 3rd in the league. Mike Trout leads with 267 times on base, and Robinson Cano is 4th, the leader of the Yankees at 228. When you look up and down this Red Sox order, just so many base runners throughout the year. You know, we said they've scored well over 700 runs so far, and when that guy Poppy comes up to bat this year, this guy's usually on base.
He's on base again. Been on base twice tonight.
Boy, that's a good pitch. Stewart thought it, Pettit thought it, and Joe West just eyeballs it. Saw it maybe around the plate. Looked like it had some black to me.
Well, if you're a cleanup hitter or a 3rd hitter, you appreciate the guys in front of you get on base a lot. And that makes your job easier. You probably get better pitches to hit, get more fastballs if they have some speed. And you get to drive in a lot of runs. And that's how you get paid.
That one gets through Stewart and allows Pedroia to go to second.
It's like Stewart's having a little trouble negotiating Andy's slider cutter. That one short hops him. Kind of between hitting the glove and blocking it. And it kind of catches the heel of his glove and ricochets away just enough.
He couldn't find it right away. He thought it was at his feet, but instead it had broken off to the left. And they score that.
Hit the dirt. I think it's got to be a wild pitch.
I bet you if you ask Chris, he should have stopped it.
They say wild pitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you, Kenny. I know Stewart would feel that way, that he could have had almost like his bare hand knocked it away a little bit too.
And the count 1-2.
Second time around, Ortiz wouldn't bite. That they're breaking ball down and away.
Yeah, the counter to that is back in with the fastball. Yeah. So, you know, in and out. He's got him to swing through some sliders, as Kenny mentioned. And do you have the feel of the ball in your hand right now to paint the inside corner with a pitch? And you got to get it in there.
3-2.
It's not just pitching inside, it's pitching inside for strikes. You know, anybody can throw the ball inside off the plate, but can you thread the corner, the inside corner, to complement that good slider that Pettit's featured today?
Fly ball, right field coming on. Wells slides and makes the play. Wells had it played deep, had to go a long way, and hauled it in before the ball could hit the grass. That's the third out of the inning. We go to the bottom of the third. Yankees lead 4-1. Delicious mini bagel, hot dogs, and pretzel nuggets are available at ShopRite and your local grocer. All right, we go to the bottom of the third inning. Nice play by Vernon Wells to save a run on the Lincoln scoreboard. Yankees lead this one 4-1. It'll be Soriano, Cano, and A-Rod against Felix Dubron. Cano with a two-run, or Soriano with a two-run home run in the first inning, his 30th home run of the year. That fan's happy. Count 1-0. As a Yankee, 262, 13 homers, and 43 ribbies in 39 games. Popped up, shallow right. Nava coming on. He'll make the play for the first out.
Well, Michael, in our open today, segment 2, we were talking about Robinson Cano and the fact that he's already driven in as many runs this year as he drove in all of last year. 94 runs batted in. Last year, he did not quite hit as well as he is this year with runners in scoring position. I should say he's hit a lot better this year with runners in scoring position. 336 coming into tonight. And that's why he's up to 94 runs batted in already.
And 94 is impressive when you consider he's operated a lot of the season without protection, and that's why he has a career high of walks as well.
But it's, I think, I mentioned it last night. Going back to August 16th, he's only had one walk. And that kind of coincides with the Yankee lineup sort of coming together. So he's not, maybe they can't afford to put him on base in front of some of the guys like Soriano, who's batting behind him. A-Rod is back. Granderson is back.
There's no doubt Robinson Cano has always had a very aggressive style. He steps in that box ready to swing the bat. He's not looking to walk. He's getting better pitches to hit, and that aggressive style is working now.
Yeah, he's on a hot streak. He's not walking. He's getting better pitches to hit. Early in the year, he was kind of getting himself out because he was anxious to swing the bat, and he was chasing a lot. Not to say that he doesn't do it every once in a while now. Now, when you get better pitches to hit, you got a better chance of squaring it up, putting the barrel of the bat on the ball.
Very durable has Robinson Cano been as well. This is 140th game played this year. Good for third in the league. Dustin Pedroia is first, playing in 141 games, 142 counting tonight.
That makes the seats. The 2-2. 3-2.
Got a good pitch there to hit and fouled it back. And a lot of it has to do with who's on deck. The fact that he got a fastball, 3-2.
Right down the pipe.
Yeah, I don't know if he'll get another one because he had a pretty good swing at that one. And a lot of it's David Ross behind the plate. He saw the swing. He knows that wasn't particularly a well-located pitch. Let's see what they try now.
And Dubront wins that battle as Cano goes down on strikes.
Yeah, I think he helped him out. He chased the pitch that was out of the zone. He got a fastball, but it was up and in. That would have been ball 4.
Yeah, Ross wants it down and away, and just goes to show you that, we've talked about Dubront. One Achilles heel this year is his control issues. Came in with 60 walks, and a lot of deep counts, a lot of 3-2 counts, another one there, and Robinson Cano walked back to the bench and say, man, I swung at a bad pitch, and he was actually trying to throw that down and away.
Count 0-1. Now 0-2.
2 changeups in a row.
Fly ball center field. Victorino is there, and Dubront works a 1-2-3 inning against the Yankees. We've got 3 in the books here at the stadium. The Yankees lead the Red Sox by a score of 4-1. You're watching the Yankees on Yes. Twitch for free help today. Now, last night, Robinson Cano became the 4th player in Major League history to record 30 doubles in each of his first 9 seasons. We ask you, who are the other 3? Mike Napoli will lead off the 4th inning. Oh and 1. 3 infielders on the left side for Napoli. Napoli yesterday was the one who struck that killer blow against Mo with 2 outs and 2 strikes. Drove a single to right center. Then Quentin Berry came on to pinch run, stole second, moved to third on a throwing error, and then scored on Stephen Drew's 2-out single, broken bat single to right. Two and 2.
Napoli does not get cheated.
You can just watch him taking batting practice here in this stadium as opposed to Fenway Park, and everything's the other way. He's trying to reach that porch, and he's got that kind of opposite field power to do it.
And he hammers that one down the left field line. It's a base hit. It goes to the wall. Napoli's going for 2. Here's the throw from Soriano, and he just got in for the double. Good throw by Soriano.
Well, Napoli's a former catcher as he rips this one towards the corner, and the race is on. He's thinking too. Soriano, as Michael said, makes a pretty good throw. And you see Cano standing there like nothing's going to be happening, but the play is right in front of Napoli, and he decides right here, wait a minute, I got to slide. And he just beats the throw.
He had to kick it out of cruise control there.
That one gets away from Stewart again, with Nava showing bunt.
Here's what we're talking about. They decoyed by Cano, just standing by, look like you're just waiting for a bus, and all of a sudden you slap the tag on the runner.
Are you that chill when you're waiting for a bus? You haven't been on a bus in years.
Yeah. Yeah, we all have, Mike. I've been on the bus going to the airport.
I don't mean a charter bus. I mean like a city bus. Have you been on a city bus in a long time?
You know where I live, don't you? There's no buses out there.
There's hardly any cars. That's God's country there.
Nice and quiet.
The 1-1. Tony just rides buses to hang out with people.
I'm a city boy, definitely. Got his ZZ Top on, waiting on the bus all day. Jesus done left Chicago.
By the way, that was the Red Sox 317th double of the year. They lead the major leagues in doubles, and coming into tonight, they had 45 more than the next team. That was the St. Louis Cardinals. This is going to be the 4th year in a row that the Red Sox lead the major leagues in doubles.
1-2. 2-2.
And it would be 90 years since any team's been able to make that claim. And you go back to the Cleveland Indians, they did it for 6 straight years from 1918 to 1923. Led the league in doubles. But I was looking up that team, and they had Tris Speaker on that team. He's a Hall of Famer, and he's the all-time leader in doubles with 792 of them.
The 2-2. Long run for Reynolds. Can't get there.
And during that stretch, he had 4 seasons where he had 50 or more. He also played for the Red Sox prior to going to Cleveland.
That's the monster year number for doubles, right? 50.
50.
Manny Machado might get there this year. He's got 46 right now, and he was on a pace to almost break 60 at one point this year.
Well, the record is 67.
Nava hanging in there. Four to 1 Yankees lead. We're in the top of the fourth inning. Fly ball, right field. Wells makes the catch. Tagging is Napoli. The throw is cut off and then thrown to A-Rod, but Napoli is there. So a long fly ball for Nava, moving the runner to third.
Nava's a pretty solid hitter. He's a high on base guy. He's walked once tonight. He walked twice last night. Came in tonight hitting an even 300. Switch hitter. And he kind of falls right into place with these Boston Red Sox. A high on base guy.
Here's Stephen Drew. And he swings at the first pitch and fouls it back. Stephen Drew, the brother of former Red Sox player J.D. Drew. A little more intense than J.D. J.D. Sometimes seen as if it was the last place he wanted to be, but he could play. A lot of talent. Grounded to first, that'll score a run. So an RBI for Drew. Napoli crosses the plate. Yankees lead is now 4-2.
The old school get him over, get him in with a couple of outs.
Napoli was going on contact, and he read the fact that the ball was hit very hard. The ball's hit fairly hard to Reynolds. There might have been a play at home plate. But the Red Sox creep a run closer. It's now 4-2.
That'll bring up David Ross. We talked about how good David Ross is behind the plate, but he has had a season that has really been truncated because of concussion problems. He has not been able to shake it. Been on the DL twice with concussion issues.
Was that because of foul balls? Is that what it was?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think that I read that somewhere.
It was actually on the 60-day DL.
Came back at a good time. It's good to see him back, first of all, but Saltalamacchia's got a couple of injury issues too as well. Kind of nagging back injury. So Ross gets a chance to step in along with LaVarn Way, and you see Saltalamacchia there kind of getting a little rest right now.
The 1-2.
Tell there's been a handful of pitches that Stewart's had a hard time snagging back there. Kind of shows you the life and the movement Andy Pettitte has tonight, is evidenced by all those strikeouts as well. But he's throwing that hard cutter again, and it's kind of catching Stewart off guard.
I got a piece of Stewart.
See him flexing his jaw there. Joe West checking on him. You can see how that's. You can get a jar there. You can see that almost saw his neck snap with the foul ball coming off the mask there.
You see his jaw move a little bit too.
Two. He goes around, and that is the 2000th strikeout for Andy Pettitte as a Yankee. He has the most strikeouts of any Yankee pitcher in their illustrious history. Cano became the 4th player in baseball history to record 30 doubles in each of his first 9 seasons. Who are the other 3?
I think Albert Pujols is one of them. Maybe Lou Gehrig.
Willie Mays?
I don't think Willie.
Wow.
Paul Wainer, Earl Averill, Albert Pujols.
Is Paul little poison or big poison?
He's big poison. Lloyd is little poison. We were talking about that the other day, David, that those are the 2 brothers in Major League Baseball have the most combined hits. I think it was 5,611. Both in the Hall of Fame. Big Poison was 5'8", 155 pounds. And he was the big one.
How little was Little Poison?
Little Poison, I think he was actually a little bigger than big.
A little bigger than big.
But it's just that Big had more hits. And that's why he was bigger than Little.
Got a pretty snazzy looking guard now. Off from a cast as he continues to try to come back. And he says he'll be 100% for next season. There's Mark to show. He has an Iron Man look to him. Wells pops it up behind the plate. And Ross puts it away for the first out. Here's Nunez last time up. And RBI triple. And then he came around to score on a sac fly by Stewart.
Nunez's first time up, Victorino was playing a little bit towards right center field, and that gap was open at left center. He filled it. This time, he's just about straight up, maybe a step towards left center. Don't want to get burned twice.
Three and one.
Get a good pitch to hit here. Sitting fastball out over the plate.
Drives that one to center field. Victorino runs back to the spot, turns, and makes the play for the second out.
Right, Michael. There's no doubt Eduardo Nunez has come a long way. He had a really solid August for the Yankees and been very productive over the last 5-6 weeks.
Well, we got the final stats. Big Poison was 5'8", 153. Little Poison, 5'9", 150.
So Little was actually a little bigger than Big.
But lighter.
You don't see many 150-pound ball players nowadays. I mean, baseball has evolved over the years. Now the bat boys are 150 pounds.
You think Pedroia is more than 150?
Yeah, easily.
Yeah?
He's got to be a good 175, 180.
Elias has him at 5'8", 165.
Just goes to show you, size does not matter.
Yeah.
And Mark Reynolds walks at just the perfect time.
Yeah, he hits like he's 180. .165. He's more than 165.
He's smaller than Big Poison, height-wise. Here's Chris Stewart. Sack fly his first time up.
Well, it really is sort of a, you know, you talk about the Yankees and the Red Sox and all the history, tradition, the rivalry. Dustin Pedroia, now that he's signing that long-term contract, you know, he's going to define a generation of big games in this particular series.
Yeah, that's going to add some weight to him.
It's really been about him and Cano, yeah, over the last few years. We'll see what happens with Robinson and his free agency. But Pedroia is here to stay.
He's sort of like the unofficial captain of the team, isn't he?
Without a doubt. Big Poppy's got a big voice, and he's been a great leader for that team. But Pedroia is the one that makes him go.
Orioles now have a 2-0 lead over the White Sox. And now 3-1 to Stewart.
Sort of the thing with Dubron, and it's probably deeper than he's ever been in a season. You know, we talked about his innings and number of starts. Probably going to end up around 30 starts before he's done. His fastball's lost a couple of ticks, but that control issue, 81 pitches now. And another 3-2 count. So in the bottom of the fourth, elevated pitch count is going to knock him out early in this game unless he can find a way to get some quick outs over the next inning and a third.
And they walk Chris Stewart.
It's 5 walks now for Dubron.
Speaking of Stewart, this date in 2006, he actually made his major league debut against the Red Sox. And he was at the White Sox, and he actually pinch hit for Jim Thome.
Not bad. You pinch hit for a guy when eventually is going to have 600 home runs.
Must have been one nasty left-hander on the mound.
Either that or was one nasty scoreboard in favor or some score on the scoreboard in favor of one team over the other. Yeah, the White Sox were leading 8-1 at the time.
See, even with 2 outs, and then on first and second, Middlebrooks at third is in on the grass because of Gardner's threat to bunt.
The Red Sox have their bullpen busy even with 2 outs here in the 4th inning. Hard throwing Ruby De La Rosa.
Not a great sign when the leadoff hitter gets his third at bat in the bottom of the fourth. So that's why the bullpen's going.
It has been a struggle right from the start. Gardner grounded out in the first inning, a walk to Jeter, and then a home run by Soriano. He's only had one calm inning, and that was the third when the Yankees went 1-2-3.
Two. First and second, 2 outs, 2-2 count. Yankees lead 4-2 on the bottom of the fourth inning.
Just 44 strikes and 42 balls from Duprat tonight.
Still 2-2.
Seen it on the Yankee pitching staff with Kuroda kind of flattening out with his stuff. It's a long year. Duprat looks a little flat to me too. He's lost a couple of ticks on his fastball. He used to be in the low 90s. Tonight more like 89 and 90 on average velocity.
Driven out into left center field. Victorino dives. He can't make the play. It gets by him and it goes to the wall. 2-run score. Here comes Gardner. He'll go to third. It's a 2-run triple for the Yankees center fielder, and they lead 6-2.
Well, Gardner just sitting on this fastball, 4-seam right down the middle, kind of fights it off a little bit. It looked like Victorino was going to get there. It almost did. Maybe even just sliced away from him. But it almost got the end of his web as he might have even made contact with that. A gallant effort, but once it's by him, Gardner's easily going to make it to third. And 2 runs are going to score.
Yeah, this is going to be his league-leading 10th triple of the year. And that's going to do it for Felix Duprat as well.
All right, so Gardner with 10 moves ahead of Mike Trout. Yankees move ahead of the Red Sox by a score of 6-2 now. John Farrell goes to the bullpen. We'll go to a break. We'll be right back. Against the American League East. They've gotten fat against the Blue Jays at 13-3, 7-8 against the O's, 7-9 against the Rays, and against the Red Sox, they are 3 games under. Well, John Farrell makes the call to the bullpen, brought to you by AT&T. And it brings in the hard-throwing right-hander Ruby De La Rosa, and he is going to face Derek Jeter with 2 outs and a runner on third. 6-2 Yankees lead. And there's a strike.
The thing about Dubron tonight is control really hurt him. He walked 5 batters, and 4 of the 5 walks scored. He's only given up 3 hits. A home run with a walk preceding it, a triple with 2 walks preceding it, and another triple with 1 walk preceding it.
The 0-1. Fouled away 0-2.
Really got burned with his fastball, and fastball counts. Did Dubron and Ruby De La Rosa. 7th game, big time prospect. He's got the chain game working there. 3 different chains working.
Is he 3 chains?
The 0-2. And Jeter down on strike, so De La Rosa gets the captain. But the Yankees make Dubron pay for 2 walks with 2 outs, and then Gardner hits one into the gap. His 10th triple of the year against 2 ribbies. Yankees lead 6-2. We thank Bob. Will Middlebrooks leads off against Andy Pettit as we start the 5th, and Pettit starts him off with a strike. Yankees up 6-2.
Nice checkered shirt from Bob there in the studio.
Looking sharp.
Styling.
You ever see his armoire? You ever see it?
Yes.
Collection of suits he has in there. It almost rivals the candy. The collection of candies that he has in his office.
He's upgraded it too. He's got some new issues up there.
I've also heard he's incredibly charitable. Like when they have the Yankee Hot Stove show, Bob Clappers just told me he'll be in the office and Bob will go, take any suits you want, just gives him suits. That's nice.
It is.
The 1-2. Driven deep to left field. Soriano back, looking, see ya. Another long home run off the bat of Middlebrooks. He had one last night, and now his 14th tonight as the Yankees lead 6-3.
Middlebrooks has actually now homered in 3 consecutive games. He homered in the final game of the homestand, a grand slam, solo last night, and another solo shot tonight. I'd mentioned the fact he had been sent to the minor leagues earlier this year. He's been back since August the 10th, and now in his last 4 games, he's driven in 8 runs. And he's hit in 19 of the 23 games since he's been back. So I think he's had enough of Pawtucket.
He looks like a different hitter.
Yeah.
He's cutting off those inside pitches so much better. I think the knock on Middlebrooks when he struggled earlier was a little bit long with his swing. He always had the power, but all of a sudden, boy, he's shortened that stroke up.
Victorino with a fly ball to right field. Wells drifts over for the first out. We throw back to Bob Lorenz in his beautiful checkered shirt for another update.
I knew it.
Here's Johnny Gomes. He swings at the first pitch and skies it to right center. Drifting over is Gardner to put it away for the second out. So it's a 6-3 game, Andy, with 81 pitches, 2 outs here in the 5th. And this is where we stand right now, wild card wise. The A's and the Rays, they have the 2 wild card spots. The Yankees are 2.5 games, 3 in the loss column behind the Rays for the final spot. Orioles breathing down their neck. Essentially 3 teams tied with the same losing record, 65 losses. As they call it, the all-important loss column. Grounded to short, gobbled up by Nunez, and he gets Pedroia for the final out of the 5th. So Andy Pettitte settled down after Middlebrooks took this one deep, just crushed it into the seats and left. At the end of 4.5, we're halfway through. 6-3 Yanks. Situated in center field, the Mohegan Sun Sports Bar is a great place to gather and enjoy the game. All right, 3, 4, and 5 in the Yankee order against Ruby De La Rosa on a relief for Felix Dubrat. Soriano will lead it off. And the pitch is high, 1-0. Soriano with a home run, a 2-run shot in the first, and then a fly ball right in the third. Grounded to third, Middlebrooks. 1 away, and we go back to the studio. Another update from Bob Lorenz. Well, they lead the majors in home runs, so tag a couple onto that right here in the stadium at 6-3 Yankees over the Red Sox. Second game of a 4-game set. Red Sox won last night 9, 8, and 10 innings.
They played a home run friendly park too.
Here's Cano.
It'll be a great series next week when the Yanks go play 4 in Baltimore.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then they'll head to Fenway for 3. Last long road trip of the year. A 10-game, 11-day road trip.
Chris Davis probably going to stand in the way of Miguel Cabrera winning his second Triple Crown. I think they separated by about 5 now, I think, with that recently updated total by Chris Davis.
The 1-1. Red Sox have the shift on, but the shortstop stays put and Middlebrooks moves to the second base side of the infield.
And people might ask, why do they do that? It's because the shortstop is the one generally with the most range. So they'll leave him over there because there's more ground to cover. And they'll move the third baseman over to the right side where he's got some help from the second baseman and the first baseman.
And also, if you move them both, then there are 2 people out of position. This way, there's just 1. Driven out into left center field. Long run for Victorino. He's not going to get there. Caught the plate up against the wall as Cano gets himself a 1-out double. Great power the other way.
5-game hitting streak now for Robinson Cano. He's also hitting 25 of his last 30. Fastball. Now belt high, outer third of the plate. Good plate coverage. We were talking about home run friendly. Camden Yards. That's a home run at Camden Yards. Save it for next week, Robbie. Better take a double here tonight.
Home run at Fenway Park, too.
Here's A-Rod. Walked and was caught stealing in the first and then had a fly ball to center.
Well, with that double, Cano has tied Brett Gardner for the team lead, 31.
With the situation that we detailed earlier in the game concerning the Yankee bullpen, every run means so much. You can tack them on. All of a sudden, you're not making such high leverage decisions at the end and trying to close out a 2-run game. Give your pen some breathing room. 3-0.
Well, that is so true, Michael. And last night's game was an example of that. The Yankees have scored 2 in the first, 2 in the second, and 2 in the fourth, and you still feel like this is a close game. And it is, just 3 runs. So Boston certainly with the capability to score runs in bunches. Andy Pettit's pitch count, because of all the strikeouts, kind of high as well.
I think what you're seeing from De La Rosa now is a young pitcher with a good, strong arm. After Cano hit that double, it's like he's trying to throw the ball even harder. And now he can't throw a strike. 3 pitches well out of the strike zone to Alex Rodriguez.
Throws one there, 3-1. center field. Catch is made. Cano tags. He's going to third. Good throw. And Cano just gets in.
I'm telling you, the last couple of days here, Alex Rodriguez has had a few just misses. High towering fly balls that he's just got underneath. Just hasn't driven it. That's another one. And you can see the throw. Victorino, one hop throw on the money, but Cano's in there ahead of the tag. Ball takes a high hop. If it stays down, it might have been a different story.
A little closer than you thought.
Here's the just missed I was talking. Just got underneath it. He did the same thing last night. Getting closer. You can almost sense a hot streak coming.
Count 2-0.
Another good hitters count for the Yankee batters tonight. Big 2-out RBI situation too for Wells.
That was a strike. Count 3-1.
Same thing applies 3-1 as it did 2-0. You're looking for what exactly you want. If he hits the outside corner, you take it for strike 2.
You can book a fastball here. He just got a changeup that missed to run it to 3-1. So should be ready to pull the trigger.
And he does. Line drive, base hit to right field. Wells with an RBI single. Cano scores. It's 7-3 Yanks.
Those are the hits, the big 2-out hits that really pump a team up. They drive in a run. And that wasn't such a bad pitch. But the first time 2-0, he went out there and hit it for a strike. So Vernon Wells think, well, we're going out there again. Let me just go the other way. Right over Pedroia.
Kind of the Vernon Wells we saw early in the year going the other way. And he talked about getting pull happy out in Anaheim. Has swung the bat so much better, kind of under the radar as of late. Maybe not the power numbers he had early, but a tough out nonetheless.
Nunez lines a single in front of Nava. And he runs right through first base. He was worried that Nava might throw the ball to Napoli. So a single for Nunez, a hard single.
I think he was running just so his helmet would come off.
Mission accomplished.
Just another line drive bullet on a high fastball. Nunez has showed us he's a good high fastball hitter. Taking a long time to slow down.
So now Ruby De La Rosa against Reynolds. Foul back to the screen. We're in the 5th, and the Yankees lead the Red Sox 7-3. So De La Rosa throws hard.
I think David would agree with me. It doesn't really matter how hard you throw. If you get it towards the middle of the plate, big league hitters are quick enough.
Yeah, it's it's up the four-seam variety, so it's fairly straight.
You don't get to be a hitter in the big leagues unless you can hit a fastball.
Line drive, base hit to right field. Wells rounds third. He's coming home. The throw from Nava is cut off, and they get Nunez, who says, okay, tag me out, but the runner does score. Reynolds with an RBI single, and the Yankees now lead 8-3. We go to the 6th. Yanks up by 5. At home and abroad. And we certainly do. As we go to the 6th inning, Yankees lead this one by a score of 8-3. David Ortiz will lead off against Andy Pettit. Ortiz 0 for 2. Nice sliding catch by Vernon Wells, robbed him of a hit in the 3rd inning, also robbed him of a ribby. 1-0.
Big 2 runs with 2 outs there. Now extends that lead to 5 runs, takes a little pressure off of Andy Pettit. When you're scoreboard watching, Bob Lorenz has given us the quick updates. Baltimore up, all those home runs.
High fly ball, right field. Wells makes the play for the first out.
Well, the Mets are in Cleveland tonight. The last time you saw the New York Mets in Cleveland this time of year. It's obviously the new schedule this year, but Cleveland's winning as well. So 2 teams that you're keeping an eye on. The Orioles winning, Cleveland's winning. Scott Kazmir has 12 strikeouts through 6 shutout innings. And there is Phil Hughes. So there's the answer. Probably going to get a look at Phil as he's starting to get loose. Give him a little time. And Andy Pettit going to throw his 86th pitch here in the 6th.
Pitch to Napoli is outside, 1-0.
It's quite a comeback story. Kazmir's been good this year, Michael, for Cleveland. And under the radar, really good numbers, but his stuff is back. Down the stretch, wow. That's a young Scott Kazmir. 12 punch-outs. 6 innings so far.
And the Mets certainly rue that trade that brought them Victor Zambrano. And Zambrano was hurt. Obviously never pitched well for them. And Kazmir had a couple of really good years with Tampa Bay. Then was traded to the Angels and then started to really lose it.
Went back to the minors for a while, and it just arm issues.
Definitely had arm injury issues, and he had his arm strength back. He had to make that team out of spring training with a strong spring.
And it was interesting. He said that he looked at tape of himself when he was younger, and so many people tinker with you as you move along through organizations and levels. And he said he'd even recognize the guy that he was. He had to break it all down and start from scratch. 3-2. So Andy has given the Yankees what they needed after a tough loss last night. They're leading 8-3 here in the 6th.
Yeah, there's a distinct difference in the scoreboard picture of Mike Napoli and the Mike Napoli you see now. Doesn't even look like the same guy.
That was spring training. That's where it all started.
Yeah.
Hasn't shaved since. Just about 6 months worth.
And Napoli works a walk, so he's been on base 3 times against Pettit.
Little quick visit from a former catcher, now manager, to a veteran pitcher. You okay? You sure? Okay, I'm out of here.
I think the Yankees look at a limit now for Andy Pettit at about 95. They see a decided drop-off and stuff, so that's why that trip was there. They'd love to nurse him through this 6th inning and try to get the final 9 outs, but if they can't, they can't, because they know they're right up against that number right now.
It's also about keeping him moving along as the season moves along. I mean, you don't want to overtax him. Then his next start, his stuff isn't quite there.
Well, they're going to have to get really creative to get those final 9 outs. Cabral warming up alongside Hughes.
Good veteran move there. Go to the changeup. You know, when you're losing a little bit of your edge towards your pitch count limit, sometimes that soft stuff gets a little better. The rough edges are clearly worn off now. Good move to go to something soft like that changeup. Set up this cutter coming back in. Nava's really established himself as a middle-of-the-order hitter. He protects Poppy against right-handers and moves down behind Napoli against lefties.
Swing and a miss. Nava down on strikes.
8 strikeouts for Andy Pettit, his second highest total of the year. You have to go all the way back to April when he had 10 strikeouts. And Nava usually doesn't swing at bad pitches. Chase that one. Go back to April 24th. Andy had 10 strikeouts at Tropicana Field against the Rays.
It's amazing. You know, the Elias had an interesting note about Andy Pettit. Never had a 200 strikeout season. Yet he's the franchise leader. He's the 4th most strikeouts, 2,421 coming into this game among pitchers who never had a 200 strikeout season, behind Tom Glavine, Warren Spahn, and Jamie Moyer.
All 4 of them left-handers.
There's a strike to Stephen Drew, 1-1. Drew struck out in the 2nd, grounded to 1st, and drove in a run in the 4th. Andy with 2,001 strikeouts. Whitey Ford 2nd, Ron Guidry 3rd. High pop-up. Let's see if it's playable. It's playable, and Reynolds makes the play. 41-year-old Andy Pettitte gives the Yankees 6 innings. Probably the last batter he faces, fouls out to Reynolds. We go to the bottom of the 6th. Reliable internet, that's powerful. John Lackey against David Huff. Huff replacing Hughes in the rotation. The game's on Fox, but Yankees extra innings follows the game on Fox, which begins at 1.
Don't let Lackey's record fool you. He's been outstanding this year. And by a lot of accounts who have seen him pitch, maybe throwing the ball better than he ever has.
0-2. There's Mike Richter. Hasn't aged much, if at all. The 0-2. And Stewart down on strikes.
Now, David, you were wondering what the WV was on Joe West's chest protector. It's his own brand. It's the West Vest.
How about that?
Yeah.
I thought it was West Virginia. I was wrong.
Well, it looks like the West Virginia logo.
There it is. Yeah, the West Vest. Wow.
Yeah, you can see it in the small print of the WV. It does look like West Virginia Mountaineer.
Here's Gardner, big 2-run triple last time up. He grounds that one to first. Napoli flips to De La Rosa. And they get Gardner for the second out.
Well, that was a heck of a plug we just gave him, his little company.
Yeah. Well,
there you go, Joe.
Well, Geno Smith is a Mountaineer. Starting for the Jets on Sunday.
Ready or not, yeah, here he comes.
Ready or not, here he comes. It's quite true.
There's Derek Jeter. He's 0 for 2 tonight. He walked in the first inning, came around to score on Soriano's 2-run home run. We're at the bottom of the 6th. Yankees 8, Red Sox 3. You guys don't send Andy out, keep going batter to batter, do you?
Doesn't look that way as Hughes is back up and getting hot. So I think, you know, you get this guy in the game right now, find out what you got. He's had plenty of time to warm up. That's the way you want to do it with Phil Hughes.
You want him to start an inning, too.
start the inning, plenty of warm-up pitches until he gets back accustomed to the bullpen role and warming up faster. And Andy Pettitte did what he had to do. I mean, he gave you a good quality start tonight with good stuff. A lot of strikeouts.
Ground ball, right side. Pedroia to Napoli, and they get Jeter for the final out of a 1-2-3 inning here in the 6th. Well, we'll see how the Yankees employ their bullpen. Looks like it's going to be Hughes as we go to the 7th.
Told me, Kenny, elbow be damned. I'm just going to start snapping off cutters as hard as I can to both sides of the plate, and it's been very effective for him. And you see the movement on it. It's about mid-80s, 85 to 87 miles an hour with a lot of side-to-side movement. Now you're going to circle Pettitte's name. He's out. Right in Phil Hughes' name. He's in.
So this will be Phil's first turn out of the bullpen. He started the game against the White Sox, long rain delay. He threw just 20 pitches. They went to Huff. Huff pitched very well, and Phil has not pitched well. You see his numbers, and they decided to put him into the pen. Ichiro Suzuki tightens things up defensively as he replaces Wells in right. As a reliever, he can come in and throw harder for a short period of time. Cadillac scoreboard 8-3, Yanks lead. Count 1-0. In 2009, he was money out of the pen, and as David said, they don't win that World Series without Phil Hughes getting them there. In 2009, as a reliever, in 44 games, 5-1. Check out the ERA and the batting average against.
One thing that works in Phil Hughes' favor is that he is a strike thrower. You know, we mentioned earlier in the game in our scout report that he leads the league in first pitch strike efficiency, well over 70%. And his game has always been more up and down. If you can throw a little harder coming out of the pen, then you can elevate and get more swings and misses and work that down and up game. The part he struggled with was the side-to-side game. He never really got the in and out game going, meaning fastballs away, fastballs in. He was always more of a vertical pitcher than a horizontal pitcher, and that's more suited for the bullpen.
Lined on one hop and off of Nunez, and it trickles into center field, so a base hit for Ross. Kind of ate the Yankee shortstop up. And they give him a base hit.
You try and stay low, keep your glove low, and then bring your hands up. You keep your glove down at all times, then bring it up. But Nunez had the glove up, and the ball hops over. I think he puts a little leather on it. Yep, just enough, but couldn't slow it down.
Yeah, kind of got played. You know, I've never played shortstop, but it's kind of a play, a humpback line drive that, you know, if you could react quick, go up and shorten up that hop maybe, but it was a tough play.
Will Middlebrooks takes a strike.
You ever have your infielders glare at you after a rocket hitting their direction?
Yeah, exactly. The mistake was made on the pitch first. Yeah.
We are in the 7th. The Yankees with 4 runs, or 4 innings of 2 runs, adding up to 8. Red Sox had a run in the 2nd, run in the 4th, a run in the 5th. The Yankees are up 8-5. Trying to even this series at a game apiece. So Phil's at a steady 92 coming out of the pen.
Now this is another situation during the course of the year when he was starting. Now we'll see if it changes as a reliever, where he would get 2 strikes, then had trouble putting the hitter away. And Michael, his pitch count will get elevated because of a lot of foul balls.
Rothschild on the horn, doesn't want to let this one even get close to being out of hand.
There's Harkey on the mound. It means somebody else is going to join him soon.
Now, before they took Phil out of the rotation, Larry Rothschild was working with him on a splitter because he simply did not have a put-away pitch. We've seen this all year, foul ball after foul ball with 2 strikes, and it's hard to learn that pitch in the middle of a season.
Yeah, it is.
Very hard, and you can eliminate that now coming out of the pen.
High fly ball, center field. Gardner will put it away for the first out.
Middlebrooks had a lot of good swings in that at-bat, too. You wonder how long they can let him bat 9th in this order.
David, you didn't have a splitter when you first started.
It took me a while to develop it. Yeah, I mean, it was a work in progress all the way through. Watching some of the Mets pitchers use it, namely Ram Darling, really helped me. So if you're around other pitchers that feature the particular pitch you're trying to use, it helps. As Boone Logan's now getting hot.
You remember how long it took you before you felt comfortable with it?
You know, it took me probably a good 2-3 years to start using it in key situations, as opposed to just a show pitch or a third pitch to kind of showcase, just to prove that you had one, as opposed to a real finish type pitch.
Grounded up the middle and through for a base hit. Victorino picks up a single. Now, we just had a shot of Boone Logan warming up in the bullpen, and I don't even begin to say I would understand who would close this game. Mo's not available unless Robertson told him I can pitch, despite having thrown a lot of pitches over the last 2 outings. That's the only thing I can figure, because I thought Boone Logan was going to close this game, and he's up there to get David Ortiz.
No doubt about it, and it's adjustment on the fly depending on the game situation here. And I would concur with you, Michael, that David Robertson probably is available if needed to close the game.
Well, you've got Mike Carp pinch hitting for Gomes right here. And there's a strike in the outside corner, 0-1. Two 93-mile-an-hour fastballs.
Well, Carp has been the second most used pinch hitter for John Farrell.
You see where Stewart catches the ball towards the heel of the glove, so there's less movement on that glove.
That one skied out to left, and it's a foul ball.
And with Carp pinch hitting for Gomes, Gomes is actually the hitter who's had the most pinch hit at bats for the Red Sox this year. They've both done a good job between them. Gomes 6 for 17 as a pinch hitter, and Carp 4 for 16 as a pinch hitter. One right-handed hitter, one left-handed hitter off the bench.
During spring training for the Red Sox, the decision was really between Carp and Lyle Overbay. And Carp just obviously could play more positions and filled the need that the Red Sox thought that they had, and that's why they cut loose Lyle Overbay towards the end of the spring, and the Yankees welcomed him with open arms. And Carp has worked out pretty well. He's done a good job for the Red Sox in his role.
Well, and on the other hand, Overbay's done a good job for the Yankees.
Count 2-2. Just missed outside.
That was appeared to be like the second strike that he got. This time he didn't get it.
It's always easier for an umpire to call a strike early in the count. A lot tougher to ring him up. And Stewart made it look good. He's shaking his head. Maybe Joe West sees this a little bit high, a little bit out.
Joe West is not winning many friends these 2 days in New York. The check swing yesterday with Job on the mound and tossing Job out of the game after he was taken out, and then not ringing up Carp with that fastball.
I think Joe West has been very consistent tonight for the most part, though. The strike zone has certainly been very easy to read.
3-2. Well, this is a big play in last night's game. And West said no. And then West said goodbye. He says, all right, I'm done.
No doubt Joe West has always had a quick hook. He's got no time for arguments.
And he walked him, and the bases are loaded. Crowd getting restless. So is Larry Rothschild. This copyrighted telecast presented by authority of the New York Yankees and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the New York Yankees. Now, this is the group of pitchers that Joe Girardi has to somehow get 8 more outs from. And there's a lot of guys out there, but how many would you actually use? Here they are. Well, Mariano's not available. I don't know if you're going to use Job in a big spot after yesterday. Sean Kelly's not available. Claiborne struggled yesterday. I think that he might be available. Boone Logan out there, and a lot of them are young people Warren threw too many pitches probably to be used. So again, he's going to have to get very creative to get those 8 more outs. So Pedroia took a strike, count 0-1. Bases loaded with Red Sox with 1 out, top of the 7th. Yankees up 5. 1-1. We told you Pedroia earlier in the year signed an 8-year, $110 million extension. He is signed with the Red Sox through the year 2021. Those are the numbers he has against Hughes. 3 of his 7 hits have left the park. David Ortiz is on deck.
Turned 30 years old on August 17th. So he more than likely will be a Red Sox member for life.
And worth noting is he had 2 more years left on his contract, and the Red Sox wanted to reward him, so they locked him up. Count 1-2. Yankee right-hander sets. Dribbled slowly to A-Rod. Fields fires. And the ball is dropped by Reynolds. A run scores. Pedroia is safe. And the Yankee lead is now 8-4. And that is going to do it with David Ortiz coming up as a tying run. Girardi's going to call on Logan.
We'll see how they score this one. It'd probably be an infield single for Pedroia. Who knows? Degree of difficulty. Either way, he's going to be safe, and the Red Sox have another run.
Yankees trying to hold on. They lead by 4. There goes Hughes. The Giants' first 10,000 guests 14 and younger are going to receive a limited edition Yankee Stadium exclusive tie beanie buddy named Closer, courtesy of DKNY. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com, visit the Yankee Stadium ticket window, Yankees clubhouse shops, or call Ticketmaster at 877-469-9849. They scored that ground ball by Pedroia, a base hit. So Hughes leaves the bases loaded and turns it over to Boone Logan for his 60th appearance. And he's going to face David Ortiz, who he intentionally walked yesterday.
48 strikeouts and 38 1/3 innings.
Victorino's at third, Corp at second, and Pedroia at first. 1 man out, 1 run in, 8-4 Yankees.
Really the walk to Carp that hurt Hughes the most in his first outing as a reliever.
Good fastball strike.
Yeah, Clark hung in there, fouled off several pitches until Hughes finally missed.
Yep, 0-2 to 3-2, and then lost him.
Hitting .250 against Logan, 4 for 16. Another fastball by him.
Tony, we were talking about that yesterday. Lefty on lefty, fastball in. You got to get it in there, though.
Poppy looked like he might have been looking in even, but he got him to chase down. But he definitely got it in there, and maybe even a little two-seam action on it.
One and two.
Not the situation you want to face Big Poppy in. Obviously, you'd rather face him with nobody on base. But as Phil Hughes looks on, Boone Logan trying to pick him up.
Two and two.
Back and forth. Sliders away, fastballs in.
Yeah, put him in the rocking chair. One side and then to the other. Keep him guessing. Well, this one misses inside.
So the strategy here is, at first blush, if you're thinking Poppy's trying to cast right now, okay, here comes the slider. The counter thought to that is, okay, if you're going to throw a fastball in, you got to throw for a strike. You got to go for a freezer. Not like the one you just threw that moved his back leg out of the way. If you're going to double up in, the second part of the double up has to be a strike.
This is the major cat and mouse game. Strong RBI hitter against a tough left-handed pitcher.
Dialed it up to 95 and missed, and now a full count on Ortiz. No place to put him.
Crossed up both of us, tries to freeze him away, and you got to have a strike there. If you go for that fastball in that situation, you're trying to throw for a strike and hit the corner. You see Poppy leaking with his front leg. Probably would have had him on 95 miles an hour if he got it on the outside corner. Now, 3-2, probably back to the slider.
Breaking ball, strike three. Ortiz down looking.
He stayed one step ahead of him. Poppy's thinking, I'm getting another fastball.
Yeah, we'll give you the sequence, and it's a good one. Fastball away, got it. Down, in, down, got it. Jumps up 0-2, slider away, checking. Back in just to push him off. Tries to freeze him away, misses, and the 3-2 bender. Watch his front leg.
Plenty of plate there. Big strikeout.
Little 3-2 jelly leg.
There's Mike Napoli against Boone Logan.
Yeah, you're not out of the woods yet. This is another tough hitter. He's got a career high in runs batted in this year. Like the other Red Sox hitters, he's been on a hot streak. 9 RBIs in his last 10 games. Now these guys they score runs. If you beat these guys, you've earned it. The way they've been playing baseball this year.
Base is still loaded. 2 outs. 1 run in. 1-1. Napoli has only faced Logan once. He has good numbers lifetime with the bases loaded. And in that one at bat, he had against Logan, did not get a hit. Got the breaking ball on the inside corner plate, 1-2.
Very nice. Razor blade sliders both to Ortiz and to Napoli here. Shaving the inside corner. There's stranded inherited runners, Michael, and there's stranded inherited runners. You got 3 of them out there in a big spot for Boone Logan, who quietly, nobody talks about, is also a free agent after this year.
Two and two. You know, sometimes people get locked in that Boone Logan is a lefty specialist. He's much more than that. Right-handers hit .222 against Boone Logan. Check that, .230. Lefty's .227, so there's not much of a difference. He can get everybody out with his stuff. 2-2. Did he go? No, said Sam Holbrook.
Well, we're going to have another 3-2 count because Napoli's strong enough to check that swing.
That's a good call.
Yes, it is. Takes a strong man to start and stop like that.
Runners were going, he fouls it back.
So Stewart's going to come out and talk, and what he's going to ask him here is, after reading the bat on that particular fastball being fouled straight back, is, hey, you feel good about a slider right here?
They felt good enough to Big Poppy to throw one.
Good swing from Napoli.
Challenging with the fastball.
Well, fans on their feet here at the stadium. It's almost like it's the bottom of the ninth, or the top of the ninth here. Yep, it's got that playoff type atmosphere. And as Joe Girardi said, every game's like a playoff game from now on. And the fans sense that too.
Driven out to right field. Ichiro back. He's on the track. He leaps. It's a grand slam from Mike Napoli. And the game is tied at 8.
We talked about this yesterday. He's got power to all fields. That's his 19th home run of the year. Out over the plate. You saw the target was in. And Boone Logan did throw a strike, but it wasn't where it was intended to be.
Hit off the top of the wall and bounced into the seats. Here is Daniel Nava. Count 1-0.
Well, it looked to me like Ichiro really drifted and was late getting back there. He's got enough ups. If he gets to the wall, he could jump up and get there and make that play. But Ichiro was late and drifted. See right here, I mean, he's just drifting and then almost stops and turns, and I know he's trying to time it, but he's late and short.
Yeah.
And you got to get to the wall quicker than that.
You see Boone Logan hoping He knows it's the short porch. And there it goes.
Just pierces the heart as the Yankees have lost a 5-run lead as the Red Sox have tied the game at 8. And we said from the very beginning the story of this game, how will the Yankees be able to get the outs at the end of the game? And so far Hughes failed and Logan has failed miserably.
Got to feel the last night's game, huh? Big comeback from the Yankees last night. Boy, you just had that feeling. That's the way these guys go when they play. You punch me, I punch you back.
The Red Sox don't lead the major leagues in runs scored for nothing. They have the hitters up and down their lineup that can produce.
Right up the middle, just missed Logan and goes into center field. A base hit for Nava. And Larry Rothschild is going to go talk to Boone Logan. And it might have gotten Boone Logan because coming out with Larry Rothschild is Steve Donahue.
I got a piece of his left arm. We get another look at this one. Nava with a shot back through the middle. I don't think it hit him either.
He's coming out of the game.
Take another look. Clearly.
Like a back scratcher.
Well, that is going to do it for Boone Logan. Runner on first base. This is how the Red Sox tied it up. Ichiro made the leap, hits the top of the wall for a game-tying grand slam. Of an injury. Now, the ball did not strike him, but when it went by, he kind of got tight and flinched, and I don't know if that caused him the spasm or what, but he did leave because of the injury. It was not being lifted because of ineffectiveness. So here's Claiborne, who did not pitch well in relief of Ivan Nova yesterday, and the Red Sox have batted around. Stephen Drew at the plate.
Nonetheless, Napoli with another big at-bat. Last night's game against Rivera with 2 outs and 2 strikes, keeping their hopes alive. Got pinch run for it, but it was his hit that got him going. And then tonight, of course, A huge grand slam with 2 outs.
Red Sox kind of lucked into getting Napoli because they signed him to a 3-year deal, and then they voided the deal because of some hip problems, and somehow they were able to keep him with just a 1-year deal.
Now, originally, their thoughts were that he was going to sign as a catcher.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, they find out he has a hip problem, so catching's out the window. They said, well, I can also play first base. So,
but they would not commit to the 3 years.
But they've got a player who's been a clutch hitter. He's a guy with a career high in runs batted in.
The 0-1. 1-1.
The only problem the Red Sox have is in interleague play or potentially World Series play is that Big Papi's got to play first base.
Yeah.
So finding a spot for him in the lineup when you do play National League style baseball. Grab a right fielder's mitt. Hard bat to keep out of the lineup.
One and 2 on Drew.
Well, the American League has home field this year, so you at least get 4 games in your own park.
Hey, if the Texas Rangers had held on to beat the St. Louis Cardinals in 2011, Napoli's probably the MVP of that World Series. Hit 350, 2 homers and 10 runs batted in. And against the Yankees this year, they have not been able to get him out. That's in 11 games, the 1-2. 2-2.
It's true. You know, in general, at Yankee Stadium this year, the Red Sox have loved hitting here. Coming into this game, their slash line, they were batting .333 with 7 homers and 16 doubles. That's the highest batting average in any park they played in this year. And that's only gone up with 8 runs on the board tonight.
I think if you're the Yankees, of course, there's been a major momentum shift in this game. But if you're Yankees, you got to be thinking the game's only tied. We have not lost the game. You know, it's still within your reach to win this ball game. You got to get this out here, then go from there.
Absolutely. You're the home team. You got the last at bat.
It's sort of like what the Red Sox did last night.
Exactly. Just get out of this inning right now.
Runner goes, and that one is lofted to shallow left. Soriano is there, and that'll do it. But a painful inning for the Yankees. Napoli with the game-tying grand slam. The Red Sox score 5. And at the end of 6 1/2, it's time for the 7th inning stretch. Each team with 8, but we're going to stay right where we are to honor America here in the Bronx.
Remove your caps. And please direct your attention to the area behind home plate. And welcome 2 honored guests of the New York Yankees. United States Army First Sergeant Jeffrey Johnson, who served in Operation Iraqi Freedom. And United States Army Sergeant First Class Michael Hughes, who also served in Operation Iraqi Freedom. The Yankees say thank you for your sacrifice and service to our nation. Now please join in Kate Smith's rendition of God Bless America.
To the old
Pretty amazing season. Looks like you might be headed to a second MVP. We go to the bottom of the 7th here. It's an 8-8 game, and we'll take a look at the game summary. Brought to you by your local Nissan dealer. It's 8-8, 8-10-0. Red Sox 8-7-0. Yankees, Soriano, a 2-run home run in the first inning. Gardner, a 2-run triple. Napoli is 3 for 3, a double, and a grand slam.
Yeah, last night it was a 6-spot crooked number for the Yankees in the 7th, and tonight it's the Red Sox with a 5. Big fat 5 in the 7th.
Brandon Workman comes in for the Red Sox, third pitcher. .38 strikeouts and 35 and a third.
Boy, I hate those crooked numbers, Kenny.
Wow.
As an old dirt dog pitcher.
Karp takes over in left field. He had pinch hit for Gomes, and those are your changes as Workman deals a strike. The shift is on with Soriano.
Cadillac scoreboard 8-8 in the bottom of the 7th. Workman started at AA, went to AAA, and was 8-2 in the minor leagues.
There's Mike Karp. That was a big walk that he had in that inning. And Soriano swings at a pitch way out of the strike zone for the first out.
Big knuckle curveball. You can almost see the four seams turn over, rotating. That's what you try to do when you throw that big curveball, is you try to turn over the four seams, use those seams to work down.
Chop to Middlebrooks as Cano is out for the second out.
I think the Red Sox probably project Workman to be a starter in their rotation eventually. He finds himself in the pen now in a pennant race in a very important spot. .6'4", 200 pounds. He's got good stuff.
It's almost like when you mentioned his size and weight, it's almost like a scout's build. That's what scouts are looking for. A pitcher's build.
Count 0-1.
Good name for a pitcher too.
Workman.
Yeah, you know, Bob Walk, probably the all-time worst name for a pitcher.
How about the guy in Colorado, Outman? Yeah, he's got probably the best of them all.
Count 0-2.
Got a little life on that four-seamer as well.
He's got a nice turn where he hides the ball.
Breaking ball, strike 3. A-Rod down looking. Yankees go down in order 1, 2, 3. We go to the 8th. A lot of 8s in this one. Yankees 8, Red Sox 8. We go to the 8th inning. All right, we go to the 8th inning. Game tied at 8. And David Ross will start it off. He started off that 5-run 7th inning with the hot shot that Nunez couldn't handle. And there's a strike from Claiborne.
Good night for David Ross. Came in below the Mendoza line. I think hitting around 197, I believe, 198, 197. Now way up to 214. That average will jump a lot because, as Michael said, he spent a lot of time on the DL this year with concussion issues.
Hyundai scoreboard 8-8, the 0-1. It's a bunt, but it goes foul. Jared Saltalamacchia has been out with a sore lower back. He's expected to be able to play tomorrow afternoon. And Jacoby Ellsbury not in this game either with a sore right foot. They're not expecting him to miss too much time. So the Yankee bullpen cannot hold it for Andy Pettitte. They let another win of his get away.
Yeah, the Red Sox are building up a formidable lead in the East now. 6.5 games on the Tampa Bay Rays, who are in second place. Cesar Cabral up in the Yankee pen. So that means that, you know, they have the luxury of giving some guys a little bit of time to heal up a bit.
Swing and a miss. Has Ross down on strikes. Now there is some pressure on the Yankees to win this game because Baltimore has won and Cleveland has won, the two teams right behind them. And all of a sudden the Yankees would drop back and have to be jumping over teams again to get into a wild card.
No doubt about it when you factor in last night's loss after a big comeback with Mariano Rivera on the mound at 2 outs and 2 strikes. Eventually losing that game, and then to have the big lead, and all of a sudden you're tied here in the 8th. It would be a real big momentum swing over a 2-day period for the Yankees.
Middlebrooks grounds one through the left side for a base hit. 1-out single, back to the top of the order.
You got A-Rod guarding the line a bit. The tie ball game, so the hole between third and short's a little bigger.
Well, Middlebrooks looks like, if not one of the toughest outs in the Red Sox lineup right now, the way he's swinging the bat. This is a changeup that Claiborne leaves up, and Middlebrooks just smacks it in the hole.
Victorino 1 for 4, 2 strikeouts, a fly ball to right, and a single to center in the 7th inning. Four of the 5 runs in the 7th inning were charged to Phil Hughes. The home run obviously against Logan, that's charged to him, but he allowed 3 of Phil's base runners to score, and Phil allowed 1 to score himself. So his first relief appearance of the year does not go well. The 0-1. There's a strike, 0-2. One and 2 from Claiborne.
Yeah, with Phil Hughes, with respect to Phil Hughes' hitting, you know, a little flat. You know, expected maybe his velocity to jump in a 1-inning stint, but right around 92, and the walk to Carp in that inning, and then the bad break with Pedroia's infield hit that could have been picked at first base by Reynolds and would have been out had he picked it. So didn't really catch a break in that inning as well.
That one is driven deep to left field. There it goes. See ya. A 2-run home run for Victorino, and the Red Sox now lead 10-8.
He's another hitter you don't want to make a mistake to right about now. Last 19 games, 19 runs batted in. And 7 home runs in 19 games. And he's only been batting right-handed.
That's where he hits them too. He looks in, he cheats. He's a very, very smart hitter. He guesses a lot of times, and he's guessing right nowadays.
Carp takes low.
Hanging slider. Almost backs up and pulls up a chair. Takes a seat at the plate. Ends up taking a seat in the stands, too.
I'll tell you, you might not ever see him bat left-handed again, the way he's been going from the right-hand side of the plate. Because of injury, he had to stop switch hitting.
Carp singles into center field. The Yankee bullpen has just been dreadful for the past 2 nights. And Girardi is now going to the bullpen again. So Claiborne struggled yesterday. A youngster, first big league season, might be running out of gas. Struggles again today. And Girardi is going to try one more pitcher out there. See if he can get some outs out of that bullpen. Boston 10, Yankees 8. Claiborne departs. Everywhere you go, available for iPhone, iPad, Android, and BlackBerry 10. At Bat delivers Yankees baseball with live audio, pitch tracking, stats, news, highlights, and more. Text at Bat to 31826 or visit Yankees.com for details. And the Yankees have to turn to Jabba Chamberlain. 4th pitcher used out of the bullpen after Andy Pettit's 6-inning start. Then he turned an 8-3 lead over to the pen. And in their last 3 games, the Red Sox offense has certainly been pounding the baseball for 39 runs.
Yeah, I know it's early in the month, only September 6th, but the Red Sox came into the night hitting .311 as a team in September. So it's hard to slow them, but you've got to make some excellent pitches to a whole bunch of hot hitters.
Yeah, and they've just swung the bat, as I mentioned earlier, so well here at Yankee Stadium. And those numbers are going to go up.
Runner on first base, 1 man out, and Jabba will face Dustin Pedroia. (10-8) Red Sox lead the Yanks. David, you think we're seeing Claiborne running out of gas?
Well, you know, sometimes that's what you look at when you start to hang your off-speed pitches like he has the last couple of nights. I mean, his velocity's still there, but his control on the secondary pitches, a changeup he left up, and that slider to Victorino kind of just backed up and stopped breaking. That's kind of the first sign, at least that's what happened to me when I pitched, is it's not so much the velocity on your fastball. Sometimes you start hanging that slider a little more often and leaving it up. Could be a sign of a little fatigue. Just speculating.
He's been so good all year, just to see him get hit around the way he has the last couple of days. I guess you're feeling and reaching for anything. The 0-1. Knocked down by Reynolds. And he steps on the bag for the second out as Cart moves to second.
Reynolds not far off the line, as you see.
They'll intentionally walk David Ortiz, and they're intentionally walking him to pitch to Mike Napoli. Quinton Berry pinch running at second for Cart. He stole that base yesterday that turned into the tying run in the 9th inning. Napoli has struck the big blow in this game. It was in the 7th inning.
Slider that didn't get to its intended location. Supposed to be in, instead out over the plate. And he's got power to reach just about any fence in Major League Baseball, but just got enough to get it into the short porch and right. Second grand slam against the Yankees this year.
Would have taken a great play by Ichiro to make that. You know, he did get up high and it was hit well, but certainly a play if Ichiro's there can make. I've seen Ichiro Spider-Man up walls before, and leap up over walls and make catches. And it looked like he just got caught a little short before he started that jump to try to save that grand slam.
Count 1-1. And that one gets past Stewart. As the runners move up, Berry goes to third, Ortiz goes to second. Don't know if that hit the dirt. Not going to score a wild pitch.
Well, we get the benefit of a second look. He tried to backhand it.
It's hard to say. See the glove go up first and then down, so it might have been a cross-up. Because generally when you see a catcher's reaction, he's expecting a fastball. When you see that kind of movement on the glove up and then a quick backhand to try to save it.
We know Stewart is good at dropping to his knees and blocking pitches like that one. So I kind of agree with you, David, that might have been the
2-1. And the count 3-1. Now first base is open. And you have Nava on deck. .96-mile-an-hour fastball for a strike. And the payoff. Bounced up there, so Napoli walks on base for the 5th time, and that loads the bases for Daniel Nava. Well, that says it all.
Well, you better throw strikes to this guy. He's not going to swing either. Nava, I've been impressed with his ability to be disciplined within the strike zone. And you can look at his on-base percentage, 391, almost 100 points higher than his batting average. That tells you he's going to get his share of walks.
That's good for 5th in the American League right now.
Bounced up there.
Got the bases loaded, 2 outs. The top of the 8th inning. Jabba Chamberlain struggling once again, and nobody warming up.
You could turn a game right here that the Yankees certainly have a chance to win into one that they don't have a chance to win if Nava strikes a big blow. The 1-0. 1-1. Now it's 1-2. Bases loaded, 2 outs. 10-8 Red Sox. Now at the plate, the 1-2. 2-2. Chamberlain deals, and that one gets away from Stewart, but the runners stay put.
Not quite far enough away for the runner to even think about advancing. Usually, well, it did get onto the grass. But Quentin Berry, even with his speed, decided that he's going to play traffic cop as well. Don't come over here, I'm here.
The payoff pitch, 3-2, 2 outs. Bases loaded.
What do you do, David? You go to the slider, or you try to get the fastball by him?
After all those sliders in the dirt, I think you got to go to a fastball.
Yeah, I think Nava's thinking the same thing.
3-2. Fastball up and away that forces in a run. Boston 11, Yankees 8. Jabba with 3 walks out of the pen. And that'll bring up Larry Rothschild. An intentional walk to Ortiz, a walk to Napoli, a walk with the bases loaded to Nava. And that's the newest Yankee. Joined them today, Matt Daly. The fact that Matt Daly is up in a game of this magnitude tells you the shape the Yankee bullpen is in, and that's no disrespect to Matt Daly, who just joined the team today.
That's exactly right.
They made maneuvers to get him on the 40-man today, and he's warming up in a game that the Yankees really need to win. 0-1 on Drew. And a base hit through the left side of the infield. Ortiz will score. All the other runners move up a base. It's an RBI single for Drew, and the Red Sox now lead 12-8.
And they have batted around for the second consecutive inning.
Fastball away. Base hit away.
Think about it. It's the first hit the job has given up this inning. It's the base on balls that have caused the problems.
Well, here's the guy who started off, David Ross. He started it innocently enough with a strikeout against Preston Claiborne. Bases still loaded, 2 men out, 4-run lead for the Red Sox. Pitch is high, 1-0. He gets a strike call on that breaking ball, but it's up in the zone. So if you get into a count where the hitter's looking to drive it, that's not a good pitch right there, although it's called a strike. One ball, one strike. One and two. The Red Sox with 9 unanswered runs against the Yankees and looking for more. 5 in the 7th and 4 here in the 8th.
Game was 8-3 in favor of the Yankees when Andy Pettitte left after 6.
The 1-2. 2-2. Swing and a miss, he got him. And that'll do it. But the crowd says it all as the bullpen scores 4 more runs. The big blow in this inning. Shane Victorino breaks an 8-8 tie with a 2-run home run. They added 2 more, and the Red Sox are now leading.
Sunday morning at 9, it's the regular season premiere of Mike Francesa's Football Sunday with game day previews and updated injury reports. Then Tuesday at 7, catch a new This Week in Football presented by Geico for complete analysis of Week 1 right here on Yes.
Quinton Berry, who had pinch run for Carp, stays in to play left field. Yankees now have a 4-run deficit to deal with. And Ichiro, who came in for Wells, leads off here in the bottom of the 8th on the Hyundai scoreboard. Boston 12 and the Yankees 8. One and one.
In case you were wondering, the Rays and the Mariners are underway. Delman Young back with the Rays.
Yeah.
Has a home run in that game. It's 1-1.
It's the organization he started with. Was a #1 pick at one time.
Alex Cobb's pitching for the Rays. Iwakuma for Seattle.
That's foul the other way. No, Ichiro comes in for Wells defensively to tighten things up, and if he's a little taller and gets back to the wall a little quicker, maybe has a chance to catch Napoli's grand slam, which would have ended the inning. A lot of ifs and buts. The 2-2. 3-2.
Yeah, it would have been a very good play if he was able to make it. Meet Dave Winfield? Yeah.
Short porch as Logan got porched.
Ground ball is short. Drew gets Ichiro for the first out. To vote for the Chevy Player of the Game, visit votechevy.com. Results will be revealed in the postgame show. Here's Nunez. Had an RBI triple in the second, flied out to center in the 4th, and a single to right in the 5th. Count 1-0.
Yeah, the sad thing about these two games, it's the first two games of this series, the Yankees have scored 8 runs in each game, and they haven't been able to win them. Now, early in the season, they didn't score 8 runs very often in a ball game.
I think what we're seeing now is the manifestation of how they won earlier, because they didn't score a lot of runs and the pitching totally carried them.
Yeah.
And I think the pitching, especially the bullpen, is now paying the bill for pitching as much as they did. I think they're exhausted. I think we're seeing that with Claiborne. Job has struggled all year. As Nunez works a walk.
Certainly Sean Kelly, a big part of that bullpen, out with arm trouble right now, trying to work his way back.
Well, they're going to send up Lyle Overbay to pinch hit for Mark Reynolds.
Yeah, September's the time of year where you have to get your second or third win down the stretch. You really have to reach back for a little extra. The teams that are rolling like the Red Sox, they've got enough people who are hitting and pitching pretty well. Joe West calling Ross back. So come on, let's get it going here. He doesn't want him going after the mound.
Wow. Wow, you know, this is obviously a stall tactic, but it's been part of the game for over 100 years. Joe West tried to call Ross back. Ross said, I'm going out. Good for Ross.
Well, his manager told him to go out there.
Good for Ross right there.
Also, Joe West wouldn't allow Stewart to go out. The minute Stewart would walk out, I mean, you've got to let the catcher go out and do it. That's part of the game.
It's okay for Joe West to speed up the game. It's also okay for Ross not to listen to Joe West right there and keep walking out. So good job by Ross. And a little extra time is bought, and who's going to come the lefty?
So Joe West seemingly annoyed at the pitching change. For complete postgame coverage with Yankees Extra Innings. That's on Yes. Get comprehensive insight and analysis from the network that knows the Yankees best. And Sunday, starting at 12:30, we're going to have full coverage of the series finale right here in the Bronx, only on Yes.
Well, that was just a classic case what we saw last inning of an umpire using the bully pulpit. There's really no authority to stop a catcher from visiting the mound, but there's the bully, and he tried to use the pulpit. And David Ross wasn't biting.
See what he's doing? He's trying to make John Farrell come out and make the pitching change. Instead of letting the catcher, Ross, go out there and talk. Yeah, come on back. Go out there and talk to the pitcher, stall a little.
He's got no authority to do that.
No.
He's got no authority to tell David Ross what to do there.
There's no rule that David Ross can't go out to the pitcher between every single pitch.
All he has is a bully pulpit, and he used it, and it didn't work. And he's kind of laughing about it right there, but he knows what's going on.
Joe West is the umpire a couple of years ago that complained about the length of Yankees-Red Sox games, if you remember. So he's trying to speed it up here, but he's trying to speed it up with something that's not in his jurisdiction. He did it to Stewart the entire game. He tried to do it to Ross then. Franklin Morales, the left-hander, comes on to face Overbay. So Overbay pinch hitting for Reynolds, runner on first, 1 out. Yankees down 4, and that one is laced into left field, but right there is Quinton Berry to make the play for the 2nd out.
You know, one of the funniest scenes in baseball history was Tommy Lasorda on the mound, and I don't remember the umpire, but he just carried on a conversation and started asking the umpire, what would you do?
I think it was John McSherry. I think it was the late John McSherry.
Tommy would just keep stalling and say, I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
Should I take him out or leave him in?
What would you do? He asked the umpire, what would you do here? And that was a World Series game at the old Yankee Stadium.
And Chris Stewart takes outside. Stewart is now 0 for his last 23, and in this spot you're wondering why they're not pinch hitting for him, but he's worked a 3-0 count against Morales. And he walks. So now a big spot for the Yanks.
Now the whole idea for Farrell to send Ross out to the mound to begin with, because Morales might not have gotten the number of pitches to warm up that he usually needs. And that's why Ross went out there to talk to the previous pitcher, Workman. So we'll see if he is indeed warmed up. He got the first out, but he got it on the first pitch, and now he walks the next hitter. So he might be warming up as he goes along here.
Yankees one more base runner away from bringing the tying run to the plate themselves in this wild game.
Breaking ball and a strike on the outside corner. Another strike, count 0-2. Uehara warming up. Count 1-2. First and second, 2 outs. We're on the bottom of the 8th. Red Sox 12 and the Yankees 8. Nunez at second. Stewart is on first. 1-2 count on Brett Gardner. And Morales sets and deals. Foul the other way and out of play.
Gardner trying to battle, spoiling that good pitch any way he can to get on base. Asking Joe West if that was a good pitch. We've seen Gardner battle back from 0-2 counts all year, really become very adept at spoiling pitches and extending at bats this year.
That one gets away from Ross as the runners will move up. Hey, I know the Yankees are down and they don't feel good about things right now, but you pick up a single right here, it's 12-10. This game is far from over.
No doubt about it. The way these two games have gone, and that's the proverbial 55-foot slider that pushes 2 runners in scoring position.
Two. Swings and misses, and that'll do it here in the 8th inning. As they strand 2. No runs, no hits, no errors, and the 2 walks are wasted. We go to the 9th. Red Sox up by 4. tonight's action, and they get you the latest on the developing playoff picture. Plus, Meredith Morakovitz has the team's reaction from the clubhouse. It's the WB Mason postgame. It is only on Yes. And we have a new pitcher. You have not seen him before in a Yankee uniform, Matt Daly, who was put on the 40-man roster today. This is what he did in the minors for the Yankees. Actually, very good numbers. 74 strikeouts in 53 and a third innings. He did pitch in the big leagues in 2009 through 2011 for the Rockies. He was born in Flushing, New York. He went to Garden City High School, so he's a local kid, and he attended Bucknell. He has one major league win. Lyle Overbay takes over at first, and J.R. Murphy behind the plate. And there's a strike to Middlebrooks.
See Daly, not a power guy, sinker slider, kind of low three-quarter delivery. Slings the two-seamer in there in the mid-80s and a sweeping slider.
1-2.
Sort of an unusual delivery, herky-jerky. Usually that's reserved for left-handed pitchers. But in Daly's case, it's a lot of deception there before he delivers the ball. As David said, maybe his stuff isn't overpowering, but sometimes you can even that out with deception of your delivery.
And he strikes out Middlebrooks for the first out of the ninth.
Upshoots this two-seamer. He's got a little righting action up in the zone. Trying to go away with it. Ends up above the belt and beating Middlebrooks at 88 miles an hour.
There's Victorino, struck a big blow in the 8th inning with that 2-run home run. And he gets plunked.
If you're going to take one, Kenny, 72 miles an hour on a backup slider up your thigh.
I would think you'd had enough time to get out of the way if it's 72 miles an hour. I think he just said, well, this is not going to hurt me.
Just kind of lean back and take it.
He has been on fire in his last 20 ball games.
There's Quentin Berry with that big stolen base yesterday. Pinch ran for Carp. In the 8th inning, takes a pitch outside.
Last time we saw Berry in the big leagues was with the Detroit Tigers. Particularly a couple of years ago when Austin Jackson was injured and on the disabled list. Berry took over in center field for a while.
Matt Daly now breaks the Yankee record as he's the 53rd Yankee to appear in a game this year. 52 was the record. They had two previous teams that had 51, so now he's number 53. Two and one.
There is Berry, who grew up in San Diego, California. His best buddy growing up was Adam Jones of the Orioles. Both made it to the big leagues.
Keep it up with the Joneses.
Well, not quite. Look at Jones's numbers.
2-2.
We'll get a good look at his numbers on Monday night.
2-2. Strike 3. Berry down looking. I will tell you this, as you see, Berry look at this called third strike. If Matt Daly does not allow a run in this inning, he is going to zoom past everybody but Mo and Robertson as the most popular Yankee reliever amongst Yankee fans. Count 0-1.
It's just for tonight.
Obviously, the Yankee organization familiar with him, and his stops through their system. Pretty confident he could throw strikes and would not be intimidated.
Count 0-2.
Garden City, Kenny. Boy, I got a great golf club there. The Garden City Men's Club. Well, that's a good place to play golf.
A lot of places out on Long Island.
Nice to see a local boy get a shot.
I'm thinking the same thing.
Foul back. We mentioned that Daly went to Bucknell. Another pretty good pitcher went to Bucknell. Christy Mathewson. Christy has 373 wins. Matt has 1. Christy pitched right across the river.
It's only 2 pitchers from Bucknell that ever pitched in the big leagues, right?
I'm not sure about that, but we could check.
The only 2 pitchers that got wins in the big leagues then.
Yeah, Christy Mathewson, of course, a Hall of Famer, as Michael mentioned, with the 373 wins. He's kind of credited with throwing the first slider.
The batters remain ticked off.
I'd like to personally thank him.
He used to call it the nickel curve.
Pitch outside.
Because the break was much shorter than the curveball.
A little bit frowned on at first, right?
In those days, pitchers could do anything with the baseball. The spitball was in vogue. They could cut the ball, put mud on it.
2-2. Grounded foul.
What's wrong with that?
Well, balls weren't thrown out of play. They encouraged the fans to throw the foul balls back. And they wondered why it was hard to score back then.
We just checked it out, David. 10 pitchers from Bucknell. Christy Mathewson's brother Henry also pitched in the big leagues, went to Bucknell. Popped up over the screen and out of play.
Pedroia has always been one of the toughest guys to finish. More importantly, one of the toughest guys in the big leagues to strike out. Just incredible hand-eye coordination.
Daly was in his apartment in Hoboken today at 5 p.m. when he was told to get to the stadium. He has not picked up a ball in 3 days. So he's actually throwing the ball very well. And remember, at the beginning of the game, first or second inning, he was actually throwing in the bullpen just to get a feel again.
He's got an apartment in Hoboken?
Yeah.
I know who I'm going out with tonight.
Well, Washington Street?
Absolutely. Two-two.
Line drive, a base hit down the left field line. Soriano digs it out of the corner. Here comes Victorino. They're going to hold him right there. So a double for Pedroia.
Well, he definitely did find out how tough it is to put Pedroia away. Reaches out, hammers the slider over the head of Alex Rodriguez. Now the race is on. And they're going to hold Victorino at third. Tough to put away. As David said, tough to strike out.
Crouching tiger.
Almost fell over trying to hit them.
This could be a difficult matchup for Daly. The big left-handed bat of David Ortiz. Second and third. 2 men out. 12-8 Red Sox. 9th inning. 88-mile-an-hour fastball strike. Count 1-1.
Big Papi 0 for 4 with a walk. He's not giving away this at bat by any means.
Count 2-1.
Yeah, you're right, Coney, because he's the only starter without a hit. No partying for Papi tonight. At least not yet.
Talking himself through this. Lined and grabbed there by Overbay. And he gets it on the hop for the final out. So the run on number 40 jerseys will start at the Yankee clubhouse shop. As a reliever comes in and pitches a scoreless inning. We go to the bottom of the ninth, 12-8 Boston. In part by your Troy Honda dealers. Hurry to your local Troy Honda dealer for great deals on the 2013 CRV. By Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. And by Heineken, open your world, enjoy responsibly. All right, the Yankees will try to rally here in the bottom of the ninth inning. They trail 12-8, and the Red Sox want to make sure to close this out. They will bring in their closer, Koji Uehara. We saw him yesterday work at 1-2-3-9 or 1-2-3 10th. His numbers pretty much speak for themselves. 87 strikeouts and 9 walks.
Just 38 base runners. A little over 63 innings.
He's had 23 straight scoreless appearances. He's thrown 26 scoreless innings over that stretch. And he's also retired 24 consecutive batters over his last 8 games. So if he retires 3 Yankees in a row, he effectively has pitched a very lengthy, perfect game. So Derek Jeter will start it off and try to snap that string.
And all with the fastball that doesn't top out to more than 90, 91 miles an hour. He does it with a splitter.
Cano 0-2. Yankees had been doing so well on this homestand. They took 2 out of 3 from the Orioles, came very close to sweeping them, but the bullpen imploded in that game. Then they took 3 in a row from the White Sox. They had that spirited comeback yesterday to take the lead after the bottom of the 7th, but the bullpen couldn't hold it. And today, Andy Pettitte, 6 innings, turned an 8-3 lead over. And again, the bullpen couldn't hold it. Jeter hits it hard on 1 hop to Pedroia. 1 away. And no pun intended, no relief in sight. You have David Huff pitching tomorrow, and the fact that the bullpen's tired will continue because there are no days off. Yankees do not have a day off next week. The first one they have off would be a week from this Monday. They will have played 17 straight games, so no time to give the bullpen a blow unless you get a complete game from your starter. And there's a strike to Soriano.
And this is compounded by the fact that tomorrow's a day game. It's a quick turnaround. You'll be right back out here.
Now, obviously, with a day off, Mo's available tomorrow. Day off, Robertson is available tomorrow. But if David Huff doesn't give you 7 innings, how you patch in those 3, 4 outs out?
You're going to find out about your September call-ups, that's for sure. And that's one advantage of having the extra bodies out there in the bullpen, the guys that were called up from AAA.
Do you use a Dylan Betances? Do you use a Brett Marshall? Those are the questions that Joe has to answer. I think they have shown that they will use Cabral, but they only want to use him against the lefty.
I think in middle relief, you certainly could go to Marshall, although Adam Warren was rested, so he's probably available tomorrow.
Sure, Daly could go again tomorrow. The 1-2. Line down the left field line, and it hooks foul.
Well, no doubt about it. It's a devastating turnaround these last 2 games. If this score holds up here in the 9th, 2 games the Yankees will look at and think, man, we had them. We could have won these first 2 games against the Sox, the best team in the division. But you got to hope for some help out in Seattle as Tampa Bay plays. And
the Yankees down to their final out.
You got to find a way to bounce back.
But no matter what happens in Seattle, David, and I hear what you're saying about that, the Yankees today, if they lose this game, they will have been passed by the Orioles and the Indians. So then you've got to do hopping again. They had cleared that out of their way, and they just had the people they had to pass to get into the playoffs in front of them. Now you've got two other teams in front of you.
Got the Orioles 4 games next week. The Indians, you're going to have to hope for some help there.
All right, here's Robinson Cano. He is 1 for 4. A double and a run scored. And there's a strike. Shift is on. The whole third base line is open for Cano. 12-8 Red Sox. 5 runs in the 7th and 4 in the 8th to waste the performance by Andy Pettitte. Cano 0-2. And the second guessing, I'm sure, will go Joe's way during the press conference. You'll hear it on the postgame show with Bob and Jack and Meredith. Why not go batter to batter with Andy Pettitte in the 7th? But as we told you, the Yankees feel that when they get to 95, Andy starts to lose his stuff a little bit, and he is a 41-year-old pitcher. The 0-2 as Cano swings and misses, and the Yankees lose another heartbreaker. And how about this stat, everybody? The last time the Yankees lost back-to-back games in which they scored 8 or more runs, you have to go back to September of 1949. That's how long it's been, so you can't blame these 2 losses on the Yankee offense. Well, stick around for the postgame show to find out who's tonight's Chevy player of the game. We have an award to give out, then the postgame show with Bob and Jack and Meredith, and we'll hear from Joe Girardi as well. Red Sox come back to beat the Yankees 12-8.